Close.
Hello, can anybody hear me? Good morning. Are there any other delegates on the line?
Good morning, Charles Loon. Yes, I can hear you.
I'm sorry, who's that?
Good morning. This is Clarina from Office of Legislative Services.
Order at 10:09. Thank you again for tuning in and being here with us inside the Navajo Nation Council chambers as we reconvene our 2023 Winter Council session. Honorable George Toth to check so there's a couple of deal with
Yeah, honorable speaker, question, the auto backing and connect so that but we are the whole argument, citizen, etc. The nash, even the shooting man, Arishi and Dacia, is seen the con what are a now Roshi, a ship. She would naive and magic without a considered the seat. I don't know a high citizen the hollow got patient thought on in holding. I can't now she can't begin. Shamana has son, Ado Shan King. You know you cannot be glad. You get laughing to see after complicate sustained large. You take a not issue, the not issue. Ado in the not be seeking the con is yard 80. Bena and it not. But all the Yaman examiner. Ashina and Saint Con is free son. Audition citizen, a cunning lavish student. Action and combat citizen is on that category, not able to be not on the hard, soon had they his own. Citizen, he had a steam, but asked to son, action a cotton. But all in before he quantified to Chicago. Ashina Conings and Cotton Needles keep on that. It's a singy hard tito con, singy hard tito. A distinct con a job by anything con. Con not only did no in Kira in do Konya Hitza. Distinct con a high or a yat all a kill. A other ignition, so not all taking block. What are a children in the sun which party? What are your con to buy some con? I don't the con job is not this convention. You can't know by Chentan no. It's so done known to Madame Nova. It's not the name so it's hard begin. A shenanigans in our region a high. A mahalon was your name. Papa Joe. Yeah, Josh Cato, she and since she copied his gender. Always saw throughout the nation on Chicago and Lincoln. In the Shiat, she called at the name so Doshi, so Tita no copies on them. In return, you could take that nation in the case large in her. The hard house yard is Nixon con. Con do not only see clean the con. I don't con, I got so con. So by Nixon yard in Nado, the yard you keep a yard citizen, a kidney clean. You need to it's an anticipation part. Consonant only than Linico, Apianus Child. I don't give them that we saw. I seem to give them that basically now. They the content trade. They don't need those issues. I think that's a deep. There's a lot of single parents out there. They need help. But I manage it in Shella. But I have number of bites in Shella. But it's a job costly on Chicago in Medical. Koyat the now Chicago con the Simoni don't between that. Yat in our Droshi con Chian Chinadi Yosibo needs to come. Tondas Gindo with the Shashin down the jury that will not be. But I have had this con Chicago in Hachin the Halon in that Masla. You caught the change in I shall be hard the day. Koya mentioned this shot in her, but now how do we have a new government conscious in the contract? President long condo vice. I don't the speaker do come. He will be as in long home, Japanese that. The car nature of it. Come over to us. I don't a mato the Kashi Bankshin with. Japanese that. Bani Chimbolis, Bahani Chimbolis, Hada, and Sikis under the Polish card in the I was in the garden. I drove by and they can't be away or not. Can't a bad is the country speaker should have in the corner. Leaders tweet about and then is chicken. He way, he hasn't long caught up in that. Ashon should have in concert of the school. The gardener tell Zahnarin Cajon. The citizens alive in the Salai con Habahania. I don't constato, but I have to fire being at the hospital. Because of the Cupian now is left up. I think so the ones in case that I got to buy a con. Yet on knowledge card in Ashon the Bananos can. But I had this to go con. Our three branch government con manage data new directors that are any that want staff and in Oxford. Once this case audition, but to the sin audition, but to the isn't always gone. If you gave people this as your, if you can't get all this be for once any you. Who's Kandashin honey out of what I is 2 years, he down south. This June day, Kashin to go, there's only over vacancy, it won't home. There's a name cutting there, John Handy, Jesus, on the John that he a George people is a Joe in this case without that. Hall has 2 sons by the window, a by 8 feet, and it's a lot so don't come. But I drove by and they come. United States government is now slow with me. I don't have a nation, though, could open each week. I think so other people. I don't come director that don't know that come. That's not how Japanese and it's not how cut. And they allow come to the Dominican come. Yat us last so young to case of it, yat up and to case of it. Co talkers, World War II, that's Keta. Korean War, are they shuffle the snap? She died and long, she can't know how to cut out the come. But I drove by a come. At least Jim has been the only town that got killed. Only is that come. I think to go home here or not. Okay, job, but then you get to come. About 3 cases of this come. That I'm the Banana State, can come. Of cloud, car, the corner has some of car, the come, and then that bar. Shabbos on not only. Shadow Madonna, Bashing the Hanosto. If I had this seat driving in the car, the lot's only clinic at the home to protect you can't have the chance exactly because coat toppers and it's all our car. Get on his none, he's out there. Quiscandashin without Kona Sosadia. Brazil Holgate, Jashin Kizada, Yas and Dandi. Gizagisa, Jono Bayata, Jono and no Bayata, Dan Kishne. Paki eats in the Zan, then it's so Kari Hai, Daido, Chi, Danati Chikonshika, Linicon. Iatishne, Bajopa in Sikon. Unson Jahadis Shika in Dashon, the country from Lord. They said, now, because they come. It's just so light, because Jean lessons on the Shinsa, very careful. Jean Nane Caro, the Jean Kid, Nanan Strado, Jean, not on 19th of the show. In this case, in the Chicago, in Ashon, the come. Beautiful day, come, just stars there. But I'll be here, cotton, they come, the men cleaning. But I'm Washington, he come. Then say, Hashin Sibacon. And he not matter, not keep the come. Check out his team, lead over his own machine. But I'm just a con, you not put aid on it. Was your mouse clean? Was your mouse clean? Was your mouse clean? Where was your mouse clean?
Ich had Chiche on a boat for. But then cuts of things in the give our here Nathan. And good morning again to my fellow colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. For the record, Amber Crotty is on the line. And Madam Charles Newton is also online. Honorable Daniels.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Yeah, good morning to all. 24th, 25th Navajo Nation Council. Legislative Council, just staff. Thank you. Attorney General, so yesterday I had to leave I was on the call with my chapters. Okay, nonsense on area. I see that. So I know people carrying roads. One of my communities raised up in Utah, Cheetah, that community ran out of water. So it was not the much team. We're not even now that the young one, the radar, that the next to be a radar. Other with that, the radar, looking at the gym about making an amendment to that jet that would open. We got a radar under oral reports. H. Update report from the Office of the Vice President on the elected feed the down. Taking the now to remove that off the agenda. I thought I could go away that, but the president, the state of the nation, basically not getting us over it, but that I'd like to make that question. Madam Speaker.
Always there a motion of the board to delete. And then H, second by Honorable Clerk. Question. Honorable Clerk.
I want to go ahead and make a second motion. And emergency funding. I would like to add 5,000
the emergency fund on top of that 30,000. I would, I'd like to request,
Shana. Honorable, we're on to the section of the motion to delete and H.
okay, yes,
Legislation 2022.
thank you.
Honorable Hirsch. Speaker Curley, I'd like to ask the motion party to withdraw this motion, because I would like to ask on behalf of all of the hospitals and healthcare professionals on the Navajo Nation for the data that supported those things in the community. That was provided in the State of the Nation address. Thank you. The motion party on the road Daniels, the big request from Honorable Hirsch.
Thank you very much for the, I don't know, for the, check out the, wait, under all I'll be reporting. Now, a little bit of town on the back of the next thing, the foundation, you go, well, but I do the island. I'm single,
Next, to the motion on the vote.
I'll go ahead and stay with also. I'll be on.
Next, to the motion. When does anybody else in the Anybody else on here? No one else here? Honorable James.
All right, yeah, Donna, you know, speaker Kirby, although Donna, Shuna, although, patient, not again, although, so, no, although Nana, she's not, she came, me, Yankee, although not Kibo Bay, King, Ajinki, the, Naho, the item FPG, update report from Navajo Division of Health on status of COVID-19 on the Navajo Nation. Ella, it's got people from the song. Ella, Ecuador, Inch, Kato, Father Ende, B, going to under oral report, Indian Health Service, A shape from the Ende, which is the Hado, Asako, A, evening, Ecuador, Inch, Kato, Kodobe, Kano, Azuki, S, item S, also for, in not Chicago, so I'm not Chicago. Item H F loaded on H K loaded. Okay, so then you have reserve my time.
Reserve time 4:02. For there's a request. Honorable Daniels.
Thank you for the Madam Speaker. Yeah, I don't know. It's a real, oh yeah, I concur. Thank you.
There's a second party concurs. Second party concurs. But there's a motion to delete reports 10F and H. We'll call for a vote. Honorable Slater.
Thank you. Speaker Curley, good morning. When is the next NABI? Do you have one scheduled or in mind? I'm just thinking we could add, you know, the NDOH reports to that.
certification of the next month, and Nabik Iya Tit will meet on February 9th. Kodoshijae, Honorable also.
Thank you very much. A lot of these reports that were added on could have been heard at Navikia committee. So more is come down with that or about the kids. A lot of these reports we heard at Navi. There at Navikia committee age there's no time limit. When it gets to council, what's up? Okay. The agenda, the reports that are included in the entitled to how the agenda is set up for the council. I believe the council gave the direction that you can add on these items onto as reports. But the reports were, I believe, were designed to hear the unit or now the like the Indian Health Services, the Bureau of Indian Education, and Attorney General, the OC, the Youth Advisory Council, things like that. This is the funded, but that move forward from the 25th Navajo Nation Council. I think a lot of the reports we should keep it at Navi, where there's no time frame to the reports, and I don't know. The other is that I know we're still on reports, but after in the statute, we're supposed to be on legislation second day, third day. And I know that the council probably concurred to continue with reports, but when you look at what the law says, it indicates that reports are the first day. Or case. The effectiveness of the council to process the legislations at this council session, the winter council session, could proceed. So other than that, just bring that to be mindful and oban so case idea so so it's the schmiga or feed or oban so case so we don't have much to say anymore and proceed with voting and wait the rest of my time.
Question you have, Honorable so. I don't see anybody in queue for any additional questions or comments. We go back to reserve time. Honorable James with 4 minutes and 2 seconds.
Again, the Speaker Curley, thank you to the motioning parties to adding on item F due to the fact that we have item B in in-house service that will provide an oral report. With that, Madam Speaker, I do not have any further comments. I will waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
And now, Honorable James. Colleagues will proceed to a vote. On the drawing board, you can push your buttons, or if you're on Zoom, please let the staff know or myself. Reminder, colleagues, this will require 2/3 votes of the membership. Commissioner Dow, Honorable Nez, and Honorable So. Honorable So agree. Honorable Nez votes green. We have 18 in favor and 3 opposed. Speaker not voting. Motion carries. The staff will be handing out the new revised agenda. Further now, we'll go to 7 new business. A legislation 003-23. Staff, can you read it into the record?
Good morning, members of the Navajo Nation Council, and good morning, Madam Speaker. This is the reading of legislation numbers 003-22. This was assigned to the Navajo Nation Council. It's a proposed Navajo Nation Council Resolution 25th Navajo Nation Council first year 2023, introduced by Daniel Simpson, prime sponsor, tracking number 003-23, an action relating to an emergency, and the Navajo Nation Council approving $3 million from the unreserved designated fund balance UUFB for 110 chapters emergency fund accounts. Attached to the legislation are exhibits. The exhibit for Appendix K supplemental funding proposal summary is attached with the budget forms. And then the exhibit C is the allocation of $3 million via 50/50 formula for chapter emergency funds. And then you also have as exhibit D, you have the memo from the Office of the Controller, which is attached, and it states that these are non-recurring funds for emergencies for chapters. And then the exhibit E, the memo from the Office of Management and Budget. And then you also have the memo from the Office of Legislative Counsel. And there is no report from the Internet Public Comment report. Madam Speaker, that concludes the reading of the legislation 003-23.
Staff, colleagues. Motion, Mr. Honorable Toll. Is there a second? Honorable Johnson. Are there any questions on the floor? There will be questions on the floor. Presenters will give you 20 minutes to present the legislation.
Members of 25th Council, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, I got to bring my and chair, my for long to present this legislation in reference to emergency legislation 003-23. I say and also I want to say thank you to all the individuals that helped prepare this legislation and all the supporting documents. I know it was a last minute request, but I just wanted to say thank you so much to those individuals for all the supporting documents and the city council drafting the legislation. I say as we were saying from the beginning of the session, numerous delegates think we're working for the vouchers that we received for the past 2 weeks. I think the amount of voucher we received
on nomination chapter in additional emergency funds to address the impacts of roads in their communities and giving food and water, firewood and coal to their community members that are living root bears in their communities. And I apologize again, Shema, when I introducing you. I delegate Helena McGee will be my co-sponsor. Issued it's located out of Sakita. Right now, with these recent winter storms that we received, a lot of our community members are facing large amounts of snow. The roads became impassable. We have to get food, water, coal, fire. These chapters may get to their community members that live in rural areas. As you know, some of the chapters weren't fortunate to receive these type of snows that other communities receive, but they're still facing this frigid weather here. They still have to get firewood, they still have to get coal and water to constitute to the community members. Chapters to address the situation in their communities. Constructed up to also which is very similar to ensure that situation at chapters. And we're going to be hearing about young chapter at large now at emergency left their account. We're going to hit both sides. We're going to hear that from my colleagues here. You want to get down to the can do that. It's going to be right in. My colleagues here. I know it's going to be presented to this legislation, this legislation, and that's the way each delegate will propose amendments. We got 24 delegates here. We got 24 minds here. We can all come together and try to, if this legislation is not legally better, delegates can propose those amendments. And additional funding is being made to other entities. That's up to the delegates here to the council. So like I said, it's up to the council to make changes to amend this legislation. Again, thank you for allowing us to present this legislation. And again, I really need to get this legislation approved and get the money to the chapters. So after last night, President Nitrogen has to see if this legislation does pass by the council, could definitely sign it into law. Sure, we can come through that. Let's get this funding to chapters so they can address the emergency within the communities. Rancho, can you get some time to round over again?
Yeah, actually, I don't see the so that's happening. I go to my colleagues, the 25th Council, Madam Speaker, where I didn't have no idea. I don't know where that's sponsoring this legislation. I call what's FD. We need to get this money out. Nothing. Yeah, we need the way we should never the card in job. How your stands are. I don't not the team. The team the hunt at the hustling. If she did that, Passage the doctor, the John the hunt. In the double at the hard I call Albert think of it that way and the elders with them. I call she's babies in the door. I do the book in the Alpha. I can see I call you see she and I see that they're slim home. I don't get the scars at all. Sweet or sunny in glow. I call even now for age of Papa Dean. I don't die young. People got things so many it's not about me. She got it. I did.
Sorry.
I saw it. But our aid, I shouldn't see what she got. Yeah, none of us needed. What's the nurses on the head?
Chantal and myself, 20 members of the 25th Council. I said, okay, I'm not issues go. Allow myself and delegate beginning to present this legislation. And also, as you know, that the Navajo Commission on Emergency Management declared state emergency for the Navajo Nation due to severe winter storms data. So, John, I don't prepare so I said, okay, I'm going to speak over the bill. Another bill, I said, you get this on bonus to chapters. And I said, yeah, not issue my colleagues.
On vote, to the main motion.
Like to know themselves in capital, those photos and performance of the emergency. Some are in regular, how are we going to handle this? No, we just going to do the whole object capital. You know, we just do all every valuable income. We are close to $7,000. It's still in low count. Just through the number of emergency going to out. And you know, going to be commission to take out all that. We just doing extra with the people that we haven't used anything. I think they've already probably done, but I think we around the cell, the cell number.
47 is like. On the record, to the main motion. So we can have the question of the wording on page 2 or 9, 10. The controller of determining whether or not these revenues are subsidized and imbalance between the navigation with tourism revenues and expenditures. And it goes on to be the government expenditure shall be authorized in the long term 3 to 5 years that shows that an operating deficit will not continue. I appreciate that there's no waiver of the law, but I would need to know that information from the office of the controller. I read the memo, but I would need to 3 to 5 year operation deficit management. Honorable Daniels, in the motion.
Thank you for the speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Yeah, I don't know if the speaking to legislation 0003-23. But I read that it's a little bit it's completely wrong. And there's like that. It's a medication. I don't know if the much need my forecast. Right now, it's not about when they're down chapters. I think 10 chapters. They are going to not go by in each other. I don't know the basic strategy. So what I would like to know is chapters. How much do they have in their account? 80 I really appreciate that. ECB provide those for the council, ADB on that indicate that I don't know if they're very down. I don't need my question, but I made rates that I don't renovate that was actually very intelligent. I think I'm not speaking of the way down to the team. I don't mind the way down. I hear 4,000 so 感觉是那种这个是本地，还有问题啊，本地的为什么那多少 chapters 就很难的是，所以可以给的是，是历史发生不动，所谓的真。We don't agree that change to the database of the net data. So I see that directed by slow jump to the state. I see but I can't go to the chapter which is better. She lost instead because she yanni did that look at. I don't know that she's. I don't see it. Because the that the better needs just see a kid had needed, but the street of sunny, even she leads in the radar of the bed. Is it that now there, even if it's lower? They was sent like so it didn't close out that state law. So that your kid we can't get out to the main road that I'm going to raise to the sunny. I could like I could no hope. So it was zero little so 80 kid on the could on the DCD. Really, and the could look at Calvin gets still and the deputy say division director. We are Zaya Nation kids and cut it all. I'm going to reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 2:08. Honorable Charles Newton, point of privilege.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. I call this point of privilege because we do have documents that are before us at this time attached to this legislation. Can we get the controller to come here to chambers as well as the division director to provide us some information about the chapters? And then can we also get Division of Public Safety here, since we also have our first responders that are responding to a lot of these calls, so that we can get an overall picture of the need that's out there for our people, and then to have a better understanding of what we can offer them in terms of assistance with funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Charles Newton. Staff with the OOC, DCD, and DPS were notified. Go ahead. Next in queue, we have Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie to the main motion.
Good morning, relatives, and very thankful for this day and that we're here to really consider legislation for emergency. And my main question is, I would like to get an update, the updated amounts of the UFB. I've been talking and communicating with my chapters, and some of them have, according to their WIN system, a certain amount, but they've been spending as well to help with the emergency. So I just like to get more clarification and understanding of these amounts that would help me to determine the best way to spend this money. I reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 4:13. Sharon, Honorable Yazzie. And next in queue, we have Honorable Jesus to the main motion.
Yeah, it's been Madam Speaker Shadeja, Crystalline, thank you. Ado Ada, 25th Council Legislative Staff, good morning. So in regards to this emergency, I do believe that we need a quantifiable disbursement structure. Because right now, as my colleagues had stated, there are some chapters that have excessive funding in the emergency account. Then taking into consideration of what my co-colleague Sherlyn had just mentioned is, since the inception of this emergency declaration that was declared, there has been chapters that have been expending funds. So I'm most certain that some of these funds may have been depleted. So we just need some accurate amounts, and if chapters could be able to share that information. I did request for this two days ago. So if we can have control here to give us a current amount, the UFB account, and also the current amount from DCD the administrative service offices. Yeah, I reserve the time.
Reserve time of 3:46. Honorable So to the main motion.
Yeah, this particular legislation that was introduced by Honorable Sampson and Honorable Helene Nesbitt, I do agree to this. I know that there's going to be amendments coming up, but we really have to start looking at what I agree with the 50-50 formula. That is what is law. As on it. Any money is disseminated out to the chapters and so forth. Should be disseminated based off of what the law of the land is, 50-50 formula. But I know that they want to do a threshold. And I do support that too. But somewhere we have to go back to the maybe to funding pertaining to emergency to indicate that I know that we can waiver, there's probably waiver language inside this legislation or a waiver language would have to be required to waive the 50-50 formula. But on the emergency issues, I think we have to come back to the table and see how we could try to better this so that every year we're not at council asking for monies for emergency funding. We have to put this into the main comprehensive budget so that the chapters, Office of Emergency Management and the chapters could have that dialogue for releasement of funds. They have a whole year to prepare themselves, whether it's an agreement, an MOU has to be signed and other documents that have to be put in place. That way it's in place, and when something like this happens, they can trigger it. The chapter, when they determine their own emergency, when they declare it, emergency management can directly release the funds directly to that chapter instead of coming back over here. Because right now, even if we pass this, OMB is gonna have to weigh in and have, certain things have to happen. And then at the office of the controller's office again, by the time they're gonna release these dollars, so even now, we have to have a bigger conversation on how we could better this, releasing dollars for emergency purposes on behalf of our Navajo people. So, reserve my time.
1:53 reserve time. Could an update from the staff of OOC and DCD is on their way? Could the Honorable Rich James to the main motion?
Speaker Curley, presenters. In regards to negative balance, my question is going to be that if central agency has 0 chapters and negative balance, Eastern agency 9 chapters are in negative balance. 45th agency, there's 2 chapters that are in negative balance. Northern agency, 0 chapters in negative balance. Western agency, 1 chapter in negative balance. So going to using it as an example with Eastern agency, 1 chapter, the root chapter, is a negative balance of $99,689. And there's other chapters that are in this situation and they're waiting for FEMA reimbursement. So the way I understand this legislation is that we are going to keep these chapters in negative balance. And then again, going back to example with the root,
with the current legislation that is before us, with the 50-50 formula, they're going to receive additional $29,502. That's currently in the current legislation that is being presented to us. At the end of the day, when the reimbursement from FEMA comes back, they are going to have about $113,000 in their emergency funds. How are we being accountable if we're going to run in this scenario with this current legislation? And that falls for all the chapters that are in the negative balance. That's my question. Reserve my time. Thank you.
313 reserve time. Could we had several questions regarding to the sponsors here. I'll give it over back to our presenters. Honorable Simpson.
Madam Chair, members of the 25th Council, good morning, going off what Honorable Delegate told his statement in reference to negative and positive. Which chapters have negative balances, which chapter have a large amount of emergency funds in their account. The Business Community Development to give you those information data. Yes, this legislation is before the council. And how we address these negative balances, how we address these large amount of money that some of these chapters have in their emergency account. It's up to the council here to it's up to the council to amend this legislation, how to address those negative balances and how to address those large amount of that chapters have in emergency funds. So you guys so Zeta. So you guys can indicate members of the 25th Council. Madam Delegate Crowley, EKD, and on page 204, as she stated, she wants to hear the 3 to 5 year forecast shows that the operating deficit will not continue. In OOC data, the acting control will answer that question. Is that okay, Madam Crowley? Thank you. Honorable Delegate Herman Daniels, balance of emergency ACRA DCD community value data. So can you Madam speak before that? Those individuals are on their way data. Madam Delegate Eugene Charles new 8-point print GE. So she's asking for these individual division public safety division community division of community development director OOC. So they're on the way here. I need ADA. Delegate Charlene, Honorable Charlene Yaz, Delegate Charlene Yazi, the current balance is attached to the legislation ADA for OOC. And the unaudited balance of UFB as of January 12, 2023 is $21,809,586 ADA. And she also asked for a balance of each of the chapter emergency funds. Again, that will be brought by Division Community Development. Honorable Delegate Mr. Seuss, AD. She asked for the EFB balances, confirmable disbursement data. But the thing is, Shanta, if you really don't want to know the balances of your chapters, not just the emergency funds, you have every right to go into the Division Community Wind System. That wind system will give you balances. Now, some of these chapters don't report their balances. This is where the Division Community Development really needs to go after the chapters to make sure they report their balances at each month when they reconcile ADA. So right now with Katie, some delegates that have laptops right here, you can go to the wind system with Division Community Development and get those balances from your chapters ADA. Don't question Honorable Delegate also EKD support you. I appreciate that 50-50 formula. We try to stay away from waiving laws. we hear peace. Navajo Nation Council always waiting laws to eat that. So we try to avoid that, but again, as I stated from the beginning, every delegate has every right to amend this legislation, propose amendments, Ada. So a petition, Honorable Delegate James, Delegate Rich James E. Katie. Yes, I see that in the what we saw at Easter that Mr. Avisa shared with me. Delegate Avisa, yes, it really does have a negative balance 99,000. But wait off, kid. A lot of these chapters did not get FEMA reimbursement because the deadline passed. So these chapters will not get reimbursement. Somewhere down the line between the chapter and the central government, what they're stating is paid for loss. And they missed the deadline. So I'm not sure who's at fault, Ada. So right now, as Mr. James stated, these chapters, when they get their reimbursement go, they're not going, it's not going to happen, Shanata. And Division Community Development can state that we can probably talk on that, Ada, Shanata. So the deadline has passed for these chapters to receive their FEMA reimbursement, Shanata. It ain't plausible. But if you want additional information, that information should be come from Division Community Development, Shanata, Mr. James, if you have.
For that privilege, recognized by Honorable James.
Speaker Curley. Thank you for the response. In regards to the response, staff, can we also invite representative from FEMA? Maybe if they're not available in person, to have them call in and see if we can get a response in regards to the FEMA documents that were submitted and see where they're at on these chapters. So that is my point of privilege, Speaker Curley. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable James. We'll go down to the additional comments. Shema, Honorable Ned, Honorable Begay.
I guess we just have to wait for the OOC and the others that we invited to come in to get a clear clarification from them. Paul, I don't see all left, and then thank you, Shirley, for addressing answering all the questions that was presented. She had.
Right, thank you again. We do have our agents still on their way from DCD and also OOC. And there was requests from emergency management as well, and also for FEMA. So our staff are working on that. Well, we're waiting for our agents to come to clarify some additional questions. We have Curtis, Honorable Curtis Yonito on the main motion, please.
Yeah, 25th Council Kodot Emergency Fund Bandit in Gido elected your inputs. Eba Haynes and Dokodo sponsor Oshagi Delegate Simpson and Bigay. Aronda did ani ko Bigiati git ani does tea in lane does odd. Nikin lane does odd a ani until still Janini the expenditure on emergency funds. Shea Kodot 5,000 bidot additional Ecuador Bihadesi on the Dana Legislative Council. If you can clarify on my requests, I would appreciate that. On the Kodo Beso did that Anigi Belas Leo screenshot the Ashton Kodo. Shall wait. Herman Daniels, a proposed live poses Schleindel. It's, with all the nature, add that to the legislation. On top of that, I think we need a expenditure report after these chapters receive all these fundings for next year's expenditure projection. If they have a cost that they should, that'll be my request to you sponsors. Yeah.
Honorable Unito, I believe there was a request to legal counsel for your clarification on your question. Legal counsel?
Thank you. So as good morning, Dana Bobroff, Chief Legislative Counsel. Delegate Juanita did indeed request or to have a consultation with, he would like to the amount provided to each chapter to be raised by $5,000 per chapter. So if that amendment is done to the legislation as drafted, because the legislation as drafted is using the 50-50 formula. If you add an additional 5,000 to each chapter on the original legislation, we're going to have to insert a separate provision in there that does distribute an extra 5,000 each chapter, but we are going to have to waive the 50-50 provision to be able to do that. Because keep in mind the 50-50 provision does it's half of the dollars are divided equally by the chapters. The other half of it is divided based on voter registration details. So that's the way it would work if you were attempting to amend the original legislation. If and we all know, I think we've heard that there is a alternative amendment that may be raised that would give 30,000 to each chapter. If Delegate Yanita wants to pursue the additional 5,000 on that alternative amendment, then we basically need new budget forms. Doing 30,000 or 35,000 per chapter does require a waiver of the 50-50 formula. So I hope that is helpful, and I hope that's responsive to the question. And I do want to just point out one thing. Because of glare and such up here, I cannot see your faces. And so if I'm not responding to the right delegate, I apologize. Back to you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, we do have Department of Community Development and also Office of Controller. While they're getting situated, we'll go over to Honorable Nez to the main motion.
Good morning, Yate and Honorable Speaker Curley, Honorable members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Sponsor, Honorable Danny Simpson, Honorable Helena Nesbigay. The key word here, emergency. And so then on the first page, It says, to enable chapters to quickly respond to weather-related emergencies. And so then they on it. Asagi zingo the Nerahati Kande so we had a hospice at a Yandi. It's an act of God, and so then they Title 26, and they take action to protect the life and property of members of your community. No, yesterday. Langus Peter Sunday, that Cloudens after. So they could all announce for days an emergency when they go. And they got the mayor was gosh, and speed or less. I'll take a sheet that I stood on Sunday, that Cloudens Chindata. These the house. I just want to request also that OMB, if they could be here as well as the controller's office. Since DCD is here, so I'd like to reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Reserve time at 3:29. Honorable Arisa to make motion.
Madam Speaker, Delegate Simpson and Delegate Desmond. I support this, however, we did. I need to see some chapters. Oh, you based on this. I'm excited. I was basically that's the difference. Don't base about this. They have been told that for needed like that the based on this. My question would be, I should know that the based on no last. Then at the end of the year, these things get carried over. They need to be spending it on the people instead of hanging on to it. I've been a chapter official for 14 years, and one of the things is there's always somebody at the chapter that doesn't want to help people. We need to fix those areas, and if we continue to just give money and give money, that's poor fiscal management. So I just want, we need to fix those areas before. I support it. I do support it. I know people need the money. Peso dains and need yes no hashtish. But Kwagi peso to chapters badahi nilo dodo chitayos. It reflects back on us. Peso open da nenhit ne. Ako adi gi hat audas chetadil nilo bendadil nish. 8 chapters done Lenigi Hajot Ado Lagi needs to have now the emergency funding Ado to those either from September to December. Their balances have not changed. So Madam Speaker, thank you. I reserve my time.
Reserve time at 2:52. For the privilege by Honorable Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. My point of privilege is that we do have the document, the legislation before us with the amount. We have the controller here in the chambers. Speaker, can we get a copy of all 110 chapters current balance? Right, I mean, so that we can look at it and compare that to what we have here in the legislation. Thank you.
I want to privilege recognize. We'll go forward over to our sponsors here for those additional questions. I believe we do have OOC and DCD here. Under privilege by Honorable James.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, Shadeji. Since we do have a Division of Community Development, my request is going to be, can we receive just the emergency account from the chapters, their current emergency fund balance, just the emergency account? That would be my request, not the overall current budget of each chapter. My request is just the emergency account, since that's what we have before us in legislation. Just the emergency balances for each chapter, which would be the 110 chapters. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable James, that point of privilege will be recognized. Honorable Andy Nez, point of privilege.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. So in addition to that request, if we can also include the latest date that it will reflect, and if there are any pending submissions coming from the chapters, so that at least we get the most recent figures from them. Yeah.
Yeah, point of privilege recognized, Honorable Nez. We'll go back to our sponsors, Honorable Simpson, Honorable Begay. Point of privilege, Honorable Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. Per Rule 16C, the Speaker shall immediately address the point of privilege raised by the delegate pursuant to paragraph B before proceeding with the session. So we need those documents before we can proceed with the session. Thank you.
Ogashi, we do have those point of privileges for those requests. I believe Division of Community Development is here. Staff, could we help them get audio connection? And also those documentation. Agent, there is a room down there by Honorable Begay.
Okay.
Honorable delegates will have the address of DCD.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Calvin Castillo, the selected Division Director for Community Development. My plans are Torichibi, but Aniebashishin, Kachinis are my Chase, and Kazatlan are my Nellies. I'm a local boy from St. Michael's. I don't know Shadow, but I grew up in Standing Rock, New Mexico. That's where I kind of grew up at. Good morning. Okay, if you look at the legislation for the 3,000,002,0042, you could see in the back the accounting of what's outstanding from each chapter. It's listed by agencies. I'm hoping everybody's got a copy of it.
Point of privilege, Honorable Charles Newton.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Castillo, for coming on and for introducing yourself, and then also letting us know what, you know, who you, I guess, which division you represent. I'm looking at the legislation, and I don't know if you have that legislation in front of you. Are you speaking specifically to Exhibit C? And if you're talking about Exhibit C, is that showing the current balance for the emergency funds for every chapter? Is that what you're saying? I just need clarification, because he just said, if you look at the document in the back. So I'm just guessing it's Exhibit C, but we just need to be, we need to be clear when we're talking about the legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Delegate Charles Newton. You're correct. It's the Exhibit C. That is the current funding status of each chapter except for Chimbato. So Chimbato was having problems with the, I believe, the SIM systems. They had a glitch. So we just used the November numbers that was processed.
Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, we couldn't hear up here, see the slur. Oh, Chanel, point of order by Honorable James.
Stage Speaker Curley, I raised a point of order because Quado Division Director Calvin Castillo indicated that Exhibit C is the current balance of each chapters. And he also indicated that Chilchimbito is not on this listing. Chilchimbito is on this listing. And when I read the legislation identifies Exhibit C as chapters receiving funds based off the 50/50.
We're supposed to go.
C is not the current balance, and I wanted to make that correction based off how the legislation is before us and how it's written. If need to, presenter maybe make a request to us, your colleagues, to the 25th Navajo Nation Council, maybe to recess, or maybe even to table, to have you guys have a meeting, so we're all on the same page and we're all providing the correct information. I would also recommend that as well. So I wanted to make that point of order, Speaker Curley. Thank you.
Honorable Simpson, there's a request for recess to have Division of Community Development to have the current balances of all 110 chapters.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Fellow members of the 25th Council. It's okay, I'd like to request the council to give me 5 minutes to recess for like 10 minutes to get with all the entities that will be involved to answer these questions. So I'm asking the council for a 10-minute recess and sit down with these entities to update them. So then we'll come back 10 minutes. We'll give you all the answers I can.
Honorable Nez. You have a reserved time of 3:29. There is a request for recess.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Crowley. Thank you, sponsor. Mr. Simpson. I would like to motion that we recess for 15 minutes to make sure that we get all the updated information as soon as possible. Thank you. I reserve the time.
Reserve time at 3:16. Motion to recess for 15 minutes, second by Arvizo. If there's no discussion to that recess, we'll go to the drawing board for a vote. The honorable delegates, if you're online. Honorable Vince James, you have reserved time of. Question on the recess, Honorable James. Point of privilege, Honorable James.
Stage Speaker, Curley, as speaker, if I'm, correct me if I'm wrong, Dana, Chief Legal Counsel. As speaker, you can make that appointment to recess for 15 minutes. You don't need to deduct time from Honorable Nez to make that motion. And as speaker, you have that authority to call a recess for 15 minutes. And if you're gonna do that authority, I also recommend to you to reverse those times that was taken away from Honorable Ricky Nez, because you have that authority to do that. That will be my point of privilege. So Deja, Speaker Curley, thank you.
Okay, Honorable James, for that recognition. I'm just recognizing Honorable Nez's motion here. So he did motion, so I'm gonna recognize his motion. Could a recess Digi? And there was a second on the floor too, Mr. Arvizo. Point of privilege by Honorable Nez. Okay, motion will withdrawn. Second, do you concur? Kokoshi, recess for 15 minutes at 11:33. Reconvening at 11:48. Roll call. Press your buttons, honorable delegates. Honorable members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, we have 18 present. we came out of recess for 15 minutes to allow the sponsors and Division of Community Development to prepare the proper paperwork and also the balances of the 110 chapters regarding their emergency funding. At this time, we'll prefer to Division of Community Development.
Good morning again, council members. Thank you for the time. Speaker, thank you. What we're doing right now, we sent an email to get the current balances of what the chapters have. Those are being distributed, once they're printed out, will be distributed. And this is correct. This will be the allocation of what's chapters gonna get when this legislation is passed.
Sponsors of the legislations for your responses.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of 25th Council. There were 4 questions were asked to be provided by Division of Community Development and Office of the Controller. And during the recess, we talked about it, and those information that were requested by the council will be provided. Right now, the Dell with Division of Community Development email Shirley, our Chief of Staff, and she's making hard copies right now in reference to the balances of the emergency fund at each chapter data. Second, Mrs. Jim Martin will answer the question on Mr. James Ada. These chapters are going to be reimbursed from FEMA Ada, and she'll answer that question. Thirdly, there's a question of the updated balance of the UFB. The controller would answer that. The fourth one was from Madam Crowley, Dr. Crowley Ada on page 204 on the 5-year forecast Ada. The OOC will answer that. So those are the questions that were raised by the council. Jointly votes on Ada. So I'm not sure Shirley's here if the hard copies are ready for the delegates on the balances of the emergency fund in each chapter. If not, can we go to the OUC, Madam Speaker, to answer those 2 questions, the updated balances of the and what Dr. probably asked for on the forecasting on page 204. Madam Speaker.
Madam Controller.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker and Delegate Simpson. Good morning, honorable members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. So the question for the balance of the UEFB as of today, there's a 21.8 million available under the UUFB. And for the question from Madam Chair Crowley about the page 204 of the proposed legislation under line 10, whether or not the revenues are subsidizing an imbalance between the Navajo Nation's recurring revenues and expenditures, meaning the UUFB. My answer is that for fiscal year 2023, we do have a balanced budget, meaning our projected revenue equals to our proposed expenditures for the fiscal year for all operating programs under the general fund. And this UUFB that will be tapped in for this proposed legislation is considered non-recurring. So it is not going to be subsidizing an imbalance between the Navajo Nation's recurring revenues and expenditures. For the second question, if a long-term, meaning 3-year to 5-year forecast shows that the operating deficit will continue, the response to that is that due to the closure of the coal mines, we are facing shortfall in our budget for next year to the next 5 years unless we identify new source of revenue to replace the lost revenue from the closure of the coal mine. But the good news is that our permanent trust fund income is being used to supplement that lost revenue from the closure of the coal mine. For this fiscal year 2023, 40 million of the permanent trust fund income supplemented our Navajo Nation operating budget. And the Navajo Nation Council approved to do this supplemental funding of our operating budget for the next 2 more years. And with that said, we are facing shortfalls, but we have the permanent trust fund income to supplement our budget shortfall for the next year and up to 2026. So that's my response, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Slater to the main motion.
Thank you. I'd like to offer an amendment that I've emailed out to colleagues and Legislative Council has drafted. I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
4:51 reserve time. Motion for amendment will have point of privilege by Honorable James.
So there's a speaker, although the main sponsor, the presenter, indicated several individuals to respond back to our question. And only one individual, which is from the controller's office, responded back to us, and you didn't recognize the other ones that Honorable Danny Simpson indicated that would respond back to the questions.
Thank you, Honorable James, with your point of privilege. And we'll go down to Honorable Simpson. I believe he was pointing to Division of Community Development. Sorry, staff, this is this whole big glare right here. So excuse, we'll go down to Honorable Simpson so he can make that introduction.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the 25th Council. Like a point of privilege were raised in reference to against the information, and we do have the hard copies now for the balances of each chapter's emergency funds data. So Mr. James, he provided those forms for us, Ada. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Ada. So the Division Director will provide that answer to your question of all the balances that are at the chapter level, and also on FEMA, why they're not reimbursing the chapters. And again, on the third one, why chapters that have excessive amount of emergency funds in their account issue, but some of us will have to ask our chapters why you're not expending money when the chapter when the council appropriates money to you. So, but issue Mr. Castillo, if the council allows Mr. Castillo to provide those answers.
Division of Community Development.
Okay, good afternoon again, Councilman and Madam Chair. Thank you again to address this. The document that was presented before you, this is the document I signed. And my apologies, I thought the plus and minus were in the legislation. I guess it was just a allocation amount. But if you can look at B is currently what the chapters are having their accounts right now. And the C is the allocations that's going to be given, and then the D is the differences between those two. Okay, and one of the questions was why were some of the chapters have access amount? Technically, right now, FEMA, the COVID declaration is still in place. There's a team. There's two members on the team that evaluates the 213 forms, what's eligible. Those are still being evaluated. And like I said, technically it's not closed yet. The FEMA COVID declaration is kind of still open right now from FEMA. So that's why a lot of the request to get reimbursed has not been processed. Also on the chapter allocations, also when they get their allocation yearly, I think most of them are identified in emergency funds. And I was asking why each year that amount was growing. And I guess they're earmarking it as emergency. So it's adding on to what the FEMA was distributed. And that's kind of what I've learned so far. Any other questions on the matter? Thank you.
Ahihat, DCD, and also sponsors to the legislations for those clarifications. We do have a motion on the floor for an amendment. Staff, could we have that read into the record?
Members of the Navajo Nation Council, this is Amendment 1 to Legislation Number 003-23, providing for a reversion of funds above $20,000 on September 1, 2023. 1, on page 3 at lines 21 through 23, make the following changes in paragraph C. Overstrike language in C. As provided in 12 NNC section 820N, the UUFB funds approved herein shall not lapse at the end of fiscal year 2023, so long as each chapter budgets these funds in the subsequent fiscal year for the same emergency purposes. All that is language that has been stricken. New language of the UUFB funds allocated herein, any/all amounts exceeding $20,000 that remain in each individual chapter's emergency fund account as of September 1, 2023, because such funds are unspent or unencumbered by the chapter as of this date, shall revert to the UUFB account on that date. 2, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are
authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the council's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any other amendments. Ms. Speaker.
Do we have a second to this motion? Honorable Jesus. Up in the queue for questions or comments to the amendment number 1, Honorable Toll.
Madam Speaker, I will do.
Next, we have Honorable Crotty to amendment 1.
Thank you. I appreciate Speaker Curley and for the amendment, Delegate Slater. My question to the amendment is understanding how the chapters receive their budget from the Navajo Nation Council and how that is presented to the chapters, that they have the authority to develop their own budgets. Is there an entity here that can explain how this funding will be identified within the chapter's budgets and how they will identify which funds will be reverted back to UUFB? That's my question. And if there's an exhibit, just please let us know and I'll reserve my time.
Reserve time of 4:10. Next, we have Honorable Charles Newton to amendment 1.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. Is it possible to include within this amendment language a end date, perhaps Memorial Day, to say that this funding, if it's not used by Memorial Day, that it reverts back to UUFB? And the reason for that is, as was stated earlier, our chapters are just keeping that money. And we have heard, at least my last 4 years, people reaching out saying that their chapters are not assisting. And as this amendment is going through, there is currently a request. People from Loop, Arizona are reaching out saying that their chapter has not passed the chapter monthly financial report. The community is being denied the report from the chapter manager. Chapter is 3 months behind in the WIN system. How do we trust the chapters? And how do we trust that they'll be fair to the people? I think that that is the issue that a lot of our people bring forth, is that we have some chapter officials, if you're against them, they don't help you. They close the door on you. And then they come back to us and they say, hey, I asked for help. And one thing as a delegate that I said the last 4 years is, if your chapter denies you, have them put it in writing. Say, chapter so-and-so denied this person for this reason. That way, if it's funding related, they can bring that letter to the delegates to say, hey, delegate, I got denied, service from my chapter because there's no money in the chapter. Can you help us? Then we have something in writing. What we consistently hear is that only certain people get assistance, and that needs to stop. All of our people should be getting help. And so that seems to be the discussion that is happening here at the Window Rock level. How do we ensure that this money that's going here to the chapters, that the people are going to get assistance and they're not going to have the door shut on them? So with this UUFB funding, I agree with it. I know that chapters are in need, but what I think that we also need to understand is when we're giving to the chapter, that, if it's for this emergency fund, since it's for UUFB, that we should put an end date. And I think Memorial Day may be a good time. And we can, that money can revert back to UUFB. And then if another thing happens, then we can give it to them. Otherwise, it just sits there. And then when budget comes around, we hear the chapters saying carryover, carryover. And during the 24th, there were many of us delegates that have said, if you're a chapter that's helping the people, you should have zero carryover. And instead we see carryover happening. $70 million was the report that we received at the investment meeting in New York. $70 million is sitting in chapter funds, not earning interest. Nothing is going on with it. So how do we fix that? And so I'd like to propose that, I think it's just a simple sentence that it just says, if these funds are not used by Memorial Day, I don't know what day that is, that it revert back to UUFB. That way we, as council, we still have those funds that we can assist people with, or that we can assist divisions and departments with. The other thing as well is it's more than just chapters that are out there assisting. You have CHRs that are out there. You have Dultech that's out there. You have your first responders that are out there that are trying to get food, fuel, water, wood. They're trying to get it out to these people, but we're just giving it to the chapters. And then our department, our first responders, as was stated by the president's address yesterday, we had to borrow equipment from Apache County. We shouldn't be borrowing equipment from the county. We should have that equipment ready to go. And part of that equipment that was mentioned yesterday is the chain for the tires, so that our first responders can respond to the calls that our people are making for assistance. So I would like to propose that, Dana. I don't know if that's something you can, draft up really quickly to add to this. I don't mind the money, but I think that we should put a due date in there. That way it's just not sitting there in chapter funds. Thank you. And I waive my time.
Audit Shade Charles Newton, Honorable Charles Newton. With your question referred to legal counsel.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Madam Chair. So the amendment that was Delegate Slater's amendment has the funding, if they haven't any amount of over 20,000 from this appropriation that has not been spent by September 1st, will revert to the UUFB. So my question to you, Madam Chair, is are you requesting a modification to the amendment to change the date, or do you wish for a separate amendment? Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Delegate Charles Newton.
Honorable Charles Newton.
Thank you for that question, Dana. Well, I guess as a council, when we talk about giving funds for emergency purposes to our chapters, and we're taking into account all of the emergencies that come about. If we give this 20,000 that's written right now for emergency funds, we know that every chapter, they have different, ways of determining their emergency. Would this also include like water hauling in the summer for, for animals, for ranchers? Can that money be used for that, or is it just for inclement weather? That's my question for clarification. And the way that
Thank you, Audit Not-Dictate. Honorable Charles Newton. We'll go back to legal counsel for that clarification.
Thank you, Speaker and Delegate Charles Newton. I will need to defer that question to community development or perhaps the controller's office, because I am not, I don't know the details of the parameters for the emergency accounts, what they can be spent on exactly. So with that, I need to defer to Division of Community Development or the Controller's Office.
To get that further clarification, we'll go ahead and go with DCD first and then OOC following after. Division of Community Development.
Thank you again, Mr. Charles Newton, for the question. Honorable, the speaker, give me the time again. I have not really looked into the language of how everything's supposed to be spent. With my staff, we'll be looking at that. Also, the questions you're asking at the chapter level, who's not responding, who's not helping people. We'll be also looking at that, look at the plan of operation of the chapter. What are they supposed to be assisting in? If they need to change any of that, change some of the language. So, yeah, we'll be looking at all that. Thank you.
Madam Controller.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Madam Speaker and Madam Charles Newton for the question. Typically, emergency expenditures pertain to weather-related expenditures such as livestock, road, anything that falls under addressing weather-related problems. So that can be expended. They don't need they have to have some kind of a budget at the chapter level, typically how to expend this and some chapters they expend it for purchase of hay to assist the people that have livestock, but it's up to the chapter, but the purpose is really to address these weather related issues. That's my response, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Castillo, and also Madam Controller for this explanation and clarification. Honorable Charles Newton, did that answer your question, Jamal?
Speaker Curley, kind of. And the reason why I asked for clarification on that is because what we learned in the 24th is that we have 110 chapters. We have certified chapters, we have non-certified chapters. Every chapter pretty much decides how those funds are going to be spent. And what we learned during the 24th Navajo Nation Council is when these chapters, when they start to spend money, they're told, no, they can't spend it because the legislation only said this, that you could spend it for this. Then the chapters come back to us and they say, hey, when you guys passed that legislation, it said this in the law and we can only spend that money for this. So if it's only for inclement weather, then I think that the date should change. If it's for emergency purposes, which would also include droughts, then I can see that the date of September 1st would suffice. But I need more clarification, and perhaps we can call upon the ASCs to answer that question in the way that the chapters use those fundings for, like their emergency fund. The second thing is during the 24th Navajo Nation Council, when it came to CARES, every chapter was supposed to pass like an emergency fund rule.
Point of order by Honorable Toth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thought the lady from London expired, she cannot rebuttal. Because you gotta have times to audition. Thank you.
Kudo Honorable Toth, kudo Shamana Aidish Kid Anita. She did have time, however, she needed clarification on what the amendment language and the dates. And so we did get clarification from legal counsel and also Division of Community Development and also Madam Controller. And in my opinion, we do need further clarification from Division of Community Development on the purpose of these emergency funding and what they can be used for. And point of order recognized by Honorable Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. I called a point of order because Delegate Toll, I have enough respect for you to know your name and not call you the gentleman from Eastern. I am a woman, I'm a delegate. My name is Eugenia Charles Newton. Please, please learn my name. And if you're going to use my name, then call me Delegate Charles Newton, not the woman from Northern Agency. I have enough respect for my colleagues to learn all of their names. And I have heard Mr. Yanito's name. I've heard him called Mr. Wanika, Mr. Yanika. Learn your colleagues' names. That's my point of order. It's a sign of respect, Speaker. And I think that you should have addressed that right away. Thank you.
Honorable Charles Newton, Hotel Hainsey, Kodo Nanhit Chicago, Kodo Shinat no Finicky. We do have agenda set in place and we do have an emergency legislation in front of us. Kodo Ashwadun Nanhit Chicago, just to have that mutual respect for one another. Kodo, if you want to make direct group comments, Kodo Shi Ani. You know, if it's pertaining to other questions, you can address it to me, Kodo. And I can help address that as well. And just really, you know, ask for your patience and your cooperation, Kodo, and because this is an urgent matter for our chapters. There is still further clarification. First, we'll go down to Division of Community Development. There was a request to see if within their division and programs, if they have any definitions within how the emergency funds could be used.
Good afternoon again. Thank you, Honorable from Charles Newton. What I'm looking at is the document in section 2 findings. It reads, due to heavy rainfall and snow during winter 2022 and 2023, that all 110 Navajo Nation chapters have the vital and urgent need for sufficient funds to quickly respond to the weather-related emergencies. So we will be looking at that, and later on, if we start getting into the drought season, we don't know if it's going to be eligible. When we process the 213 forms to FEMA, that's some of the ineligibilities that they're going to look at and say, this is not it. So that's the way we're looking at it. Thank you for the question.
Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the 25th Council. Shinta, Shige, Nita. This division community development or other entities go of what is stated on the legislation. This is your legislation. How the money will be expended, what purpose is stated in here. And if this money is not expended by chapters to address their declaration of emergency that was done by Commission of Emergency Management, then this what's Honorable Delegate Slater proposed on reverting to be exceed $20,000. There's more than $20 left, $20,000 left. Beyond that, it goes back to the UFB. But congestion, Ms. Honorable Delegate Eugene Charles, do you need to put a time frame on there? If you put a time frame on there, you go, definitely this money will be expended to address the current situation we're in with this emergency declaration data. So how the Division of Community Development works with the legislation, this is your legislation, and how we want this money to be expended. So you can cost a less than data. Then the Division of Community Development will comply with this legislation, how the council passed it and signed into law. They have to follow that. So thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you. The members of the 25th Council here.
We have a further clarification from our legal counsel regarding the emergency funds. Legal counsel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, I'm looking at the budget instruction manual, appendix M1. And this is the budget instruction manual for fiscal year 2023. And I am looking at appendix M1, and on page 110, it lists the chapter emergency fund parameters criteria. And I'll go ahead and read it to you. It's not that long. So this is in the budget instructions manual. It's appendix M1, and it is, I'm going to be looking at page 110 under section 4, expenditure by fund types. So for emergency fund, it says 1, this fund may be used for A, expenditures in developing an emergency management plan, or B, expenditures after an emergency declaration has been made by the Navajo Nation Department of Emergency Management and the Navajo Nation President for the chapter community. 2, emergency planning. In 2017, the Resources and Development Committee passed resolution RDCMY-47-17, which requested and directed all chapters to develop an emergency management plan. B, the fund may be used to develop a comprehensive emergency management plan that takes into consideration elements of mitigation, priority of expenditure, emergency response, including high-risk medical situations, road closures, food and water supplies, livestock feed, fuel for heating and cooking, and emergency shelter. C, an emergency declaration is not required to complete emergency planning. So the way that if you look at the parameters for the emergency fund, every chapter should have developed a comprehensive emergency management plan, and these dollars would be expended pursuant to that plan, under that plan, as well as what's set forth in the legislation. I'm looking at page 3. line, starting the last sentence of section 2F, which starts on line 10. These and states these funds will enable chapters to provide local services to quickly mitigate dire weather-related emergencies and prevent potential disasters, property damage, and injury or loss of life to people and livestock. So, Madam Speaker, Madam Charles Newton, that is what I've found about the parameters for expending these emergency funds. So I feel confident that the request about whether they could be used for drought mitigation, others livestock needs, the way I see and interpret this, I think that, yes, that would be allowable. Back to you, Madam Speaker.
So there were several other questions regarding amendment number 1. We'll go back to the motioning party for amendment number 1. Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, and thank you, colleagues, for the questions on the amendment. The purpose of this amendment is to strike a balance in assisting our chapters, but also being financially responsible. Right now, we have chapters that are in the red. We also have chapters that have substantial balances. Some of those chapters that have substantial balances are not addressing intense winter weather, snow removal, or emergency activities. Others, like the chapters that are within my district, are starting to spend down those balances. When you look at this supplemental handout that was passed out, it says 12/31/22, and it's not reflective of what chapters have had to deal with since the new year in spending down their dollars. And I think this is another learning experience for us where it's very difficult to get, a by the minute, by the date update on specific line items or fund codes or fund types across the Navajo Nation, because you could have had a chapter meeting on Sunday that authorized certain expenditures or move accounting around, and that may not take place in coordination with the Administrative Service Center until today or later this week. And so it's important for us to maintain that communication with our chapters and understand where they're at. But again, the funding, as Shimon Delegate Crotty asked about being identified going back into the UFB, these dollars will go into fund code, fund type 17, which is what we're doing right now. And then anything that is still not encumbered or spent above $20,000 will come back to the general fund. And the purpose of that is that we don't just have banking of dollars sitting in funds or in accounts that aren't being put to use. But the whole point of the revenues that come into the nation are to help our people. And we really need to think about how we've had a decline in revenues, whether we should be banking these dollars for such long periods of time. And I really respect a lot of the chapters that plan ahead and that make sure that they have money in these accounts. That's great. I have within my district a perfect representation of the whole nation. We have some chapters that are quite low because they've spent a lot on emergencies, and then some that have been holding on to it, and now they're starting to spend that down, and they were saving them for getting food, wood, doing snow removal, all for the vulnerable in our communities. So I ask for your support on this. And then I know Delegate Charles Newton asked about Memorial Day, and I would respectfully request, colleagues, that we maintain the September 1st end date. And I say that because we're going to have monsoon season come up. And for a lot of us, that really impacts our communities. And we're going to need to be able to continue that sort of service when there is a declaration of emergency at the chapter and Navajo Nation level for our vulnerable community members. And that can be anywhere from, mid-July all the way through September. And I don't want us to cut short this funding because it is to help in these emergency situations. Now, on September 1st and thereafter, chapters can maintain that $20,000 balance if they'd like to. They could always reallocate funding. When you look across the chapter balances, it was mentioned earlier, there's $70 million sitting in chapter accounts from general fund allocations. That's an incredible amount of funding. And we're not seeing the turnover that we really ought to. So that's where this is coming from. And that's where I'd like us to think in terms of being prudent fiscal stewards, but making funding available right now for our people and for our communities. If you address the really high amounts and then those that are in the red, you get into the situation where you start waiving laws. And I know the sponsor would like to keep this legislation in conformance with our laws, and I do as well. So I hope that answers some of the questions and the requests or the potential requests for modifications. Thank you.
Next in queue, we have Honorable Norman McKay for amendment number 1.
Yeah, good morning again, Madam Speaker. Emergency no for September 1st, basically, part of a northern side, Utah, renting equipment, business, emergency no this spring change to yes, I think it was this past summer. Yes, sheep spring next area. Was there emergency fund for those people too? It township emergency fund actually should now the Baganigi, which is as elect. A cotic at Kobayaj by Tiki, those that base of the at night equipment already lago. It's gonna go. A cotic could emergency in New Mexico. I know that you can declare emergency under the state of New Mexico. Basically, you tore down. Council ni clinic to the position to what you host doja. John get flag staff, here. I see we can not shield or a tinova in heart on that cut. I don't want to sign you come. But now that Baganit all that to the Honita, that's so. Got deeper net in cut. A team Bahota Paganiki 50 yards, half a mile the Paganiki, 80 emergency the UK. They has twin lead and done called the Toda, then the Yadas, then Dobaka a year the other. Shea, Eban's case could get on the epoca di jungle get on how or see a good base okay cut the sun out of don't September 1st, Ningi Asha end. Cut the Zaziki, we might get a second phase, third phase there. Don't know how to add on the 1,000 Ningi Lenaso Yosh Cartus Caro Yosh Kaki, the Bahozunda. A coeta Eshban's case of Nicola Memon, I have a case as in the Hashit, our air corona, so shaping yet was in Chianda, the Chizda, the propane, the Ila, Ishak emergency area, chapter that I didn't get the house now, say, it are a Bahozendo. So it's a Hasido let I'll reserve my time, Speaker.
Reserve time of 1:22. Honorable So to the amendment.
Thank you very much. I do agree that some sort of threshold has to be in place by the chapters. But the fundings appropriated to chapters is simple language of 50-50 formula. That's the law. And I think the main amendment is something that I would continue to support. But yes, there's some chapters that will not utilize their funding. And no safe peso. What do we do there? You know, do we have to go back to the chapter's appropriation portion? I know that under legislation CD 72-22 speaks to amending the lapse, change the lapse of funds for tribal programs at the end of the year. But reading back on that legislation, it doesn't speak to the chapters. So the chapters any dollars that's appropriated to the chapters do not lapse. So they carry overs on Tibet, but that is it. But I think the next thing is that, you know, the next the RDC committee really needs to look at how these chapters are going to be utilizing these funds, especially the ones that are basal, you know, we have to change policy and just indicate that there's a certain threshold the chapters should have, and that the same type of language that Honorable Slater has in this amendment should be put in there and inserted into the law so that it could speak to that. So automatically, you know, when any legislation is proposed, that threshold portion is followed, so that when it gets to that time, dollars are appropriated. We only appropriate up to that threshold for the chapters, and if the chapters have 15,000 in their account and the threshold is 30,000, we just appropriate the remaining amount so that we keep the chapters at that threshold for emergency purpose. It is with that. But I think the bigger discussion is that with the next RDC, I think we really need to sit down on this, and also just not have the 6 individual delegates make that decision, but comprehensively with the body of Navakia committee to be at the table, because each and every one of us have our chapters, and when decisions are made there, to keep it in one committee and allow a 6-member body make that approval or that decision. So this is a good amendment, but I like this, and I like the other funding formula. It gets money, both of them gets monies out to the chapter. So I support both amendments, or this amendment and the main legislation that Honorable Sampson has, and Honorable Begay for this legislation. So with that, reserve my time.
Reserve time of 1:12. Next, we have Honorable James to the amendment.
Speaker Hurley. It's just as they do, although because the heat for the Kodoshi ye this nagi. Ako beninadish niniki nate he got it in his ne. Don John up in the garnic etching his yilta. In the bin booklet under emergency fund 17 section 1B Ajako Bakar Department of Emergency Management Agenda Nashi Ado Anta Naha Alaj Tasatahiki Ade Anahot it ni go ina sauce play this in chokot hadel in to anta kojin hit nas nele papa honetza di peso anahot iki chido in so chokot ko anin leda ko jista 88 council yeta sahot Adonana ni hithanas nele ad sahot itat en hithanas nele ape ade nahot no ape declare at the asinde at the chapter level at the 10. The chapters can't do that anymore. The chapters declare they were obligated to use this emergency funds. The only way they can use the emergency funds is if the Department of Emergency Management and the President of the Navajo Nation declares an emergency. That's the only time the chapter can use the emergency funds. And the BIM booklet until the Navajo Nation Department of Management, though the president declares it, that's when the chapter can spend the funding. 20,000 the chapters, even if they declare it, they can't use it. So 20,000 be gonna hat ishin no witchin above 20,000 but largest and nalika equagen hishanahan de dolich. And the Kodoshan Nalia Yanana Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, CHR base on Nisha, and his husband. CHR later should cut the lead at the quaggy tire chain. The shot then, I have no funding. You can only work 8 to 5 overtime in the shed then. Shabasto Dashne. This is what we get from CHR as well. Stop. Askije hot hoshi peso chiyo indole. Nihis allowed honanat nihis allowed to honne at the ne quaggy cheated in hiki benia peso at then. Akodi 20,000 dope lachin then his hand not that he argent de your own bohonetza jokot echo. Share what I begin this tea hoko. Dodinal sauce kodo bem poklitiki. On page 110, hit it ne. What don't baka. What is careful na anal sauce the baka ko. Benina edi kodobe be cases zido or kodona dos kidoba yastiki satot oyodon his bahas that git adina sauce be baka the BIM booklet of 2023. Benina eya ecuador. The neck at it up on the end is just giant up in his children of course, what has should speaker Curly reserve the rest of my time to hear.
Reserve time of 37 seconds. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez Bonadesha.
Yeah, Speaker. Auto to our 24th colleagues here. To my fellow colleagues here and to the motion party for this amendment. I'm thinking perhaps maybe the council can consider a different agent to oversee the funds that would potentially be given to our chapters so that we avoid confrontation that exists that many of our chapters experience. As the delegate Charles Newton had explained, a lot of the chapters, a lot of our constituents report that to us. So perhaps when we look, when we look at emergency management department, when we look at the CHR, when we look at these different agents, when the declaration was declared, by now, our emergency personnel, our CHR should be able to identify the top 3 areas that have come to their front and their table to identify the needs that have been repeatedly coming from our constituents at their chapter level. So with these funds, to ensure that they are expended, to ensure that our constituents have the support at the chapter level, then some of those funds can be expended towards those 3 top areas in the event that that's, what would come about. And so perhaps if that's not the case, we include in this amendment that you work with your CHR, you work with the emergency management plan, you work with public safety to identify what the critical areas that are needed so that this funding supports that. That way we also alleviate from, well, my chapter has 80,000 versus we're in this deficit of this amount. That way we ensure these figures that are included in the as exhibits into this legislation, that they're fully expended based on what our constituents have been reporting at the chapter level. Because when you look at my chapters of Fort Defiant, Sawmill, Crystal, and Red Lake, again, I will re-emphasize that we receive a significant portion when it comes to inclement weather, whether that be 4 to 5 feet of snow. And then you look at Eastern Agency, their emergency may be different. So then these funds would then speak directly to what is needed and what is reported from our constituents from across the Navajo Nation. So yeah, I reserve the rest of my time.
Reserve time of 2 minutes. Honorable Yazzie to the amendment.
Thank you again. Good afternoon again, relatives. I know that we continue to experience climate-linked droughts, floods, and heat waves, and all of our nation experiences emergencies differently, just like that was mentioned by Honorable Andy. Ms. And I want to know if our certified chapters can call their own emergency declarations. Thank you. I'll reserve my time.
Reserve time of 4:29. Honorable Slater, I'll refer you over to some of the questions that our honorable delegates had to the amendment.
Thank you very much, Speaker Curley, and thank you, colleagues, for the questions. I think Delegate Begay was asking about what constitutes an emergency and comparing some of the different emergency situations we've confronted here on Navajo recently. And I guess, I don't know if Delegate James already knew what he was going to ask or just wanted to take my thunder. He really went and explained what the emergency process is and how it is delivered at the local level. Individual chapters don't have the authority to declare emergencies, and when you go through on pages 110 and 111, it walks through what that process is for expending out of Emergency Fund 17. And so that's at the discretion of the Commission on Emergency Management to declare, all or some parts of the Navajo Nation in state of emergency. And then the protocols for expending that funding really should be in conformance with an emergency management plan. Then there's the authorized expenditure categories, and that's the fuel, the livestock feed, all those things that are listed there. So I think that's more of a general question, not necessarily on the amendment. And Delegate James had some comments. Shitsui, thank you for I guess I was interpreting that as general support in the comments. And then Delegate Nez, you were asking about a different fiscal agent to oversee the funding. Right now, the Navajo Nation, I'd say in theory, has a few different entities that are responsible in a emergency declaration or emergency situation. You have the chapters themselves, you have the Department of Transportation, you have the Department of Emergency Management, then you have the Division of Community Development, and then on the health side, you have the CHRs. We can count probably a couple other entities there, like social services, depending on what the responsibility is to individual citizens under the law. And in order to identify one entity to receive this funding to distribute among all of those different entities that are responsible for responding in an emergency, I think we'd have to rewrite, I don't know how many different policies or laws. And at this time, in order to get the funding out the door, I think it makes more sense to distribute it through the 50-50 formula. And then as we work through on the 25th Council, figure out ways to strengthen and coordinate our responses at the local level and across the nation. Because I'm totally appreciative of the comments you're making on a lack of coordination in some cases and different lines of communication. And so that's why compelling the chapters to have emergency management plans and making sure that they're well resourced from Window or the administrative service level is really important. And it's not going to be a quick or easy fix. We as delegates have the opportunity to help fill in some of that gap. It's not really authorized within the code, but it is something a lot of us take upon ourselves from our traditional conceptions of leadership, trying to listen to our people and then coordinate those resources. So right now, I don't see any other entity within the nation that can accept this funding and move through with existing policies and procedures for spending it down. And I apologize, Delegate Yazzie. When I was trying to get clarification from Delegate Nez, I missed the second part of your comment and question. I only heard the first part relating to climate change and the effects of it in emergency situations. So Speaker Curley, I respectfully ask that you recognize Delegate Yazzie to provide some clarification.
Honorable Slater, you asked for a clarification from Honorable Yazzie. Honorable Yazzie, can you restate that question just for clarity? Thank you. I wanted to know if certified chapters can call or declare their own emergencies. And again, it was brought up that the weather patterns are different across our nation. And so, for example, currently towards the middle and to the east, there's more snow. On my side, they're experiencing not as much snow, but then what happens is it gets really muddy. So they have their funds going into different pots and using more in different areas is kind of what I'm understanding. So I just wanted to know, like, with this funding that at the end, if they don't use it all, it goes back into the general fund. If in the summertime we get a lot of rain, can the certified chapters call their own emergencies? Thank you. We also have other delegates in the queue for. We'll go down to Delegate Honorable Jermaine Simonson.
Not really the best timing, Madam Chair. I just took a bite of my sandwich. Well, good afternoon. Yeah, Teto. Nabakia Dasket. The Quaggy all up to this point, I have a couple of realizations. I do support Delegate Slater's amendment. And I just want to add a few comments to this. The chapters, some of these chapters exist right near agencies. Some are far removed. My chapters are that way. We are very removed from agencies and the Navajo Nation government. Nihijan, Nihijan, Hopi, Nihanda, so. A thing question it does eat all the Ada quit Ada. Our chapter officials are struggling. Call what Alban Nish Hush a big it does eat other chapter officials. Hush a Yindal Mishto Hanako from our government. So Ado ASC Akunta Nahasta Ado DCD. And neither honey. Emergency declared that souls that with COVID, but in respect to in regards to COVID, I'm not sure been the Ado with all due respect, Mr. Castillo, Ade Gasinta, a chain the doenda, the questions coming on in a late Elanson, could you, a summer, Voyager, Miss Somewhat Martin. Sheila. Eshi at the Bethahos and Dequa and I the question named that kiddo. Sometimes Lagana nail leaflet, it was clear as mud neither. Ed alga ade not hinzi a call all band suskis of quadrilla if ehos and gate a hala a the question nach arginal misha. Esha quite up and Nitaho, Kodon Yich, not Hatsuya yet, Edo Lakenson. A coho deed, Georgia, I not Bahazino, Kodon Hitch, a yet, Tatoshi need, has only Liada. Each chapter is supposed to have an emergency plan, response plan. I don't be has no do a cola a Jodo do all the seeds do in shield from the forecasting weather forecast they shield they short it that's a seed or that's a put out on a chapter each day that put out or yet shift on wish so hey they keep if not I'm sure Vaniki Honoson Dole Shan't cut out that emergency response Shan't did they need cake hey at bands of case Kate no need to know that which is net dole what's that's Ado 80 the job and the art it doesn't eat the ninja chapter though. Ashi on me what's aimed the emergency response plan should be the answer to that problem. That should be the solution because the emergency response plan clearly should identify the most high risk. Yeah, and then also I want to request for an evaluation. How did each chapter do? I would like to coordinate that with ASC and DCD. Let's go back out to these communities. Let's evaluate how effective each branch was and where the deficiencies were and where the strengths were and how can we do better.
Honorables Simpson, Simonson, and also we have up in queue Honorable Jesus.
Good afternoon, colleagues, and Madam Speaker Curley, Ajo Aden, Mr. Castillo, Division Director, and also Ms. Martin Ajo from ASC and your colleague, and I'd like to also thank AOC Elizabeth and Mr. Willie. Yeah. So late chapter tradition on which 12 years at the Ishla Nakits Ada. According to emergency I was under the assumption that the chapter president through Title 26 was authorized to call an emergency. So I was rereading Title 26 and Ms. Martin's email. either the president or emergency management. Under the BIM, it does state that, and as chapters, we always had waited for president of Navajo Nation or emergency management to declare a declaration of an emergency. Now, it just doesn't necessarily have to be the snow and the rain. It can be in form of a natural disaster. That's what we need to remember. Somewhere a couple of years ago, they had a fire there. And there were some flooding issues. So again, there's all different types of natural disasters out there that we have to look at as a form of an emergency. In support of this amendment to that Delegate Slater had proposed. How long has chapters been getting these annual appropriations? And some of these coordinators, chapter officials, they go in there and they should know by now the operations of a chapter. By now, this time of the year, chapters should have already been preparing for this back in the fall, relaying message to their constituents. But yet it seems like, we've just really educated our constituents and providing, back for them and let happen to the concept of operated able. So again, remember we talked about my chapter, St. Michael's. I looked in the ring system, $1.4 million they have right now in the budget. Community members, trace services, they're located from housing discretionary power line. And to me, it tells me that my chapter leadership at the local level is not doing their job and providing the basic necessity infrastructures to their constituents. It's been, this has been a normal practice for them. It's the culture. But now we have to change it because 25th Navajo Nation Council, we say we want to embed changes. And it's going to have to start here to where, just what was proposed, that we'd like to, take some of that money back if they have over $20,000 into UUFB. Due to the lack of revenue stream on an annual basis. I mean, we are struggling right now financially. We want to make realistic decisions. There's always going to be a give and take. There's always a give and take. So again, we can make amendments to Title 26. And some of these funds are going to be appropriated. And that's where it's very important that the chapter administration, coordinators, and AMSs should know how to forecast. They should know their expenditure patterns in the last 2-3 years. So I think that's where a lot of the education still needs to happen. So again, let's go ahead and approve the amendment and go from there to get monies out to our constituents with this emergency that we have. So Madam Speaker. I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 25 seconds. Next, we have Honorable Yanito to the amendment.
Nana. This is Honorable Delegate Curtis Yanito. Giving the floor. You don't know why they don't need around the chapter base of you guys provide us some information on all the chapters emergency expending. I guess it really does deal with where the chapters are located at. According to that,
a lot of the chapters are not spending a lot of these monies for ALAC or Zhenshan. You know, here we had a concern from the controller that, you know, we're lacking a lot of the fundings here. I see all these fundings on here, you know, it seems like, you know, we have a lot of $1 million still on hand here. According to this, you know, you know, these legislations that have been passed before on the expenditure allocation to chapters, because of the unspent expenditures on this report here, I think every legislation that we pass, it needs to have like an expenditure report, how the chapter has used these allocation. At all these legislation, because, you know, that way it's gonna kind of force chapters to start expending their money. Every legislation, the expenditure report, yeah. Reserve my time.
Reserve time of 2:37. Honorableness to the amendment.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker Curley, honorable members of the 25th Council. You couldn't show the no by need. The mitigate our amendment. Amendment again, you had the chapters late September go, attend the 20,000 on the watch go, send the go. Just delegated being down resistance region. I think this amendment would help to force chapters to spend their emergency funds to help people that are out there. She's had a reason to June and that the poets propane as well. And the chapters have their own FMS under fiscal management that they utilize the priority listing. I believe that we could probably do this amendment at this time. So but I'll go ahead and reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 3:53. We'll go back to Honorable Slater, response to the questions.
Yeah, thank you very much, colleagues, for the questions. Delegate Yazi was asking whether certified chapters can declare their own emergencies. And I think we covered that earlier, that they don't possess that ability. And Delegate Simonson, Chitsui, you wanted some explanation from DCD. Delegate Jesus had some comments, and Delegate Yanito and Delegate Nez as well. So I'm not going to respond to all of them since they were more comments and not questions. But Speaker Curley, deference to the request from Delegate Simonson, would you like to recognize DCD to provide some response?
Yeah, Honorable Slater, there was a request on the floor from Honorable Simonson regarding some of her questions, and specifically she wanted Division of Community Development and along with Sanlatsa to give her the background information on how these chapters are supported with expediting these funds.
Good afternoon again, 25th Council. Glad to be here again. Yes, I have a really good team, and Miss Jim is really good in what happens at the chapter level. I wanted her here to sit by me to answer that, but they said I was the only person to be up here. So yes, she could probably answer a lot of the questions more because I'm still in the learning process. But it's I understand the system now, how it works. So if the council if I can bring her up here and have address some of the issues, some of the questions, or restate some of the stuff that I've answered. If that's up, I'll leave that up to you guys, and thank you very much.
Next time we'll so honor Honorable Simonson's request. Ms. Jim.
Yate. Here Shananta. Shea Samatsa Jim Yanishia. Sanabitli Shle. As Andine Bashish Chain. As Andine Dashinala do Ashin Dashiche. I is the Tutla Gaida Nashara Kut Alma do Astan Shle. I am the ASC Department Manager under the Division of Community Development. First, let me say it's an honor to be here with all of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. We are under a state of emergency, and this morning I was at the Emergency Operations Center helping all of the emergency teams out there regarding hundreds of chapter emergency requests that are coming in right now as we speak. So I do understand a need for a lot of the answers to these questions, and I am writing them down, and I do want to help our division director be able to answer those. Just to be specific with some of the questions that came up from the amendments. Yes, the Budget Instruction Manual of fiscal year 2023 was updated by the 24th Council. So if you have not updated yourself on the Budget Instruction Manual, that will help you get answers to a lot of the chapter related questions under Section M. For Honorable Delegate Simonson, Shananda, I know you have many questions about the chapters. I agree, we do need to develop an evaluation plan thereafter so that we can really help the chapters respond. Right now, the Navajo Nation does not have an overall master emergency plan or a master emergency operation plan similar to the United States government. When the federal government goes into an emergency state, there is a master plan and an overall response to the entire nation. Right now, the Navajo Nation does not have that. We do have a small Department of Emergency Management, and I do commend the team at DEM for trying to reach all 3 states and all the communities within all 110 chapters. It's a huge job for a small team. We do rely on our counties, states, and our partners to help us. There is advanced emergency notices that come from the Department of Emergency Management. Every Monday, they release a notice to all 110 chapters on the emergency weather forecasts, and they do give advance notices to all 110 chapters about what to prepare for and what to expect. So I hope that answers some of the questions, and I forgive me if I forgot any. Delegate Brenda Jesus, thank you for your questions as well. There are a lot of chapters that are struggling right now. As you can imagine, we are under 2 emergency declarations. We are still under the COVID emergency declaration. It has not ended. We have not stood down. So there are chapters that are responding to community spread, also known as outbreaks.
So we do work with the CHRs and the health professionals to respond to those specific communities that are experiencing high outbreak or high response. On top of that, we do have the winter storm emergency that just hit us. And we do know that there are some chapters that are struggling to coordinate their response with the Department of Emergency Management. And we've stepped in to activate our ASC offices as liaisons for communication and coordination with the Department of Emergency Management. We do know that we have had a high turnover in staff, and many of the chapter staff out there may be experiencing a high learning curve in response to what the needs are at the chapter level. So our ASC offices are also providing instruction and guidance to those chapters that are fairly new in emergency response. We also have some vacancies, so we've doubled up on some of our chapters to help with our ASC offices in that response. I just wanted to quickly touch on FEMA. FEMA is also still in a COVID emergency response. So they have not stood down, although we've decreased in risks. FEMA is still actively responding across the United States. And I understand they have been experiencing some understaffing issues. So we do work with the FEMA response team out of Department of Health and with the Department of Emergency Management to address the reimbursements that have come in from the chapters. FEMA is still reviewing those reimbursements. No chapters have been reimbursed, and it will be some time because FEMA is still in the emergency operation. I agree that we could assist with some type of emergency expenditure report from Shenandoah Delegate Curtis Yanito. We can work on some type of expenditure report through the ASC offices in coordination with the chapters. We do have the 5 management system, as our Honorable Delegate Ricky Nez explained, that does help the chapters track their funding. Again, it's very challenging when we do have chapters that are in conflict, or if we have chapters that have vacancies. So we're working with each and every chapter individually as best as we can. I don't know if I've missed any other questions regarding the amendment, but thank you for your time, and I stand for further questions. Yeah.
Point of privilege by Honorable Charles Newland.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. I call this point of privilege because it was just now mentioned that FEMA is still in the process of reimbursing some of the chapters. How many of the chapters are currently in the process of being reimbursed? How much are they being reimbursed? And is it possible to get a listing of those chapters and then just kind of a breakdown of what they're in the process of being reimbursed for? The reason why is because earlier Delegate James talked about how, if they're being reimbursed already and we're giving them, this money on top of that, that's something that we should be taking into consideration. Then my last question is, in terms of the reimbursement from FEMA, what is, the timeline that we're looking at for these chapters being reimbursed? Thank you.
Ms. Martin? Charles Newton. Just so we have clarification, FEMA is still in the process of reviewing chapter reimbursement requests. I cannot tell you how many they've gone directly to FEMA. I cannot tell you which ones are going to receive reimbursements because FEMA makes that decision. I would encourage council to invite the FEMA representatives to help explain the process. Our assigned FEMA representative for the Navajo Nation is Ms. Joyce Saputa, and she is listening on this call right now. She does work with the FEMA team that is representing the Navajo Nation. Right now, I understand that the reimbursements to chapters are very restrictive, and we should not really get our hopes high. Thank you. Yeah.
I should have Ms. Martin. And we'll go down the line to point of privilege by Honorable James.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. And then, Shema, Ms. Martin, thank you for the response. And then Shema, although Ms. Martin indicated that FEMA was on the line, can we open the floor to hear a response to the question that Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton had asked Ms. Martin?
So Honorable James, we're looking through our Zoom contacts to see if she is on call. Joyce with FEMA. You can go ahead on Zoom to press unmute. Or press *6.
Hello, I'm Joyce Saputa. I'm the program delivery manager from FEMA to the Navajo Nation to help the nation apply for grants for the COVID-19 disaster.
Hold on, Joyce. We're going to try and connect you to the audio to the microphone. You may go ahead, Joyce.
Hello, this is Joyce Saputa. I'm the program delivery manager from FEMA to the Navajo Nation to assist in the Navajo Nation applying for FEMA grants. The process with the grants has been particularly slow with the Navajo Nation.
Hold on, Joyce. You're having technical difficulties. You're trying to connect to the microphone.
I'm getting a lot of feedback. I don't understand.
Point of privilege, Honorable Charles Newton.
Speaker, we could barely hear her. Maybe what we could do is call in as delegates, and that way we could hear, because when we're on teleconference, we can hear each other clearly, but you can't hear from here out or coming in. So, Speaker, perhaps just a suggestion that each one of the delegates call in so we can hear from the FEMA representative.
Okay, Joyce, can you do it?
Joyce?
Yes.
Go ahead.
You ready?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Joyce Saputa. I'm the program delivery manager from FEMA to assist the Navajo Nation applying for the COVID-19 grants. Work on the grants has been extremely slow. One reason is that the Navajo Nation is responsible for putting the information requested for grants into a system that, computer system that FEMA has called the Grants Portal. We have not had anybody assigned to do that for the chapters. So they have not entered any of their data into the FEMA Grants Portal system. They have been putting their information into a Google Drive that I can go in and look at. And I've been working with them to help identify what I believe may be eligible and what may not be eligible. So I don't have a number for the chapter houses. I think it is not particularly high because in the Google Drive, the bulk of the request is for reimbursement of full-time labor. And FEMA does not reimburse for full-time labor for an emergency project. What we could reimburse for is food. However, the bulk of the food apparently was purchased through the health department and taken out to the chapter houses. Currently, they also have expenditures, some for propane and wood and water, which is not part of the pre-approved food program. If that goes into the system, I'm not sure if that will be eligible or not. Somebody else would have to make that decision. I give guidance, but I do not make the eligibility determinations on different things. There will be some problems in that any work that was done before July 1st of 2022 was supposed to be into the FEMA grant portal system by the end of December of last year. There are no projects in the system submitted to FEMA at that time. The nation has asked FEMA to grant an extension to put those projects in. Thus far, FEMA has not officially answered that request or the request from others. What I say to my applicants is to go ahead and work on the projects and gather the data, put it into the system, and I'm very hopeful that FEMA will approve the request so that we can continue on with these projects. I was able to come out and visit the Navajo Nation for a few weeks this past year and did personally put in several projects for other departments to get reimbursement. And I'd be happy to help with that, except that I just don't have the time to do it all. I've got a heavy workload, as everybody does. So if we could get some additional assistance with maybe a clerical person to help the chapter houses, that would be great. I'm sorry I can't give you any specifics, but that's my update. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you. So we have responses from DCD and also FEMA. Next in line, we have Honorable Parish to the amendment. Point of privilege, Honorable Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, and thank you. I didn't get her name from FEMA. Joy. Thank you. We had a deck in the chamber. Speaker, there was a list provided to us on what FEMA reimburses for, which the example was used food. Then there was also somewhat of a small list that was given to us about what they don't reimburse for: full-time labor, propane, wood. Is it possible to get just a clear listing from FEMA? Maybe 2 categories. We reimburse for this and we don't reimburse for this, because our chapters need that information. And I think that that would help in terms of when the chapters are submitting for these reimbursements, they could easily look at that list to say, okay, we're requesting for propane reimbursement. Oh, FEMA can't reimburse for that, so maybe we shouldn't submit for that. But FEMA reimburses for food, so we can use the money for that. So I think that would help our chapters when they're using the emergency funds to know what FEMA reimburses for and what they don't reimburse for. So can I get just a clear, simple listing of what FEMA allows and what FEMA doesn't allow for reimbursement? Thank you.
If you have Honorable Charles Newton and Ms. Martin, we'd be glad to, she nod her head, yes, that she'll be working over here with FEMA to get that listing out to you. Delegates, let's go get that listing as soon as possible so you all can have that as a resource. Point of privilege, Honorable Karate.
Yes, I'd like to ask our legislative council if this amendment is the first time any council will recover funding from the local chapter level back to Central Window Rock. And how can I create a modification to protect my legislative district? Thank you.
Legal counsel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Madam Karate. I'm going to need the Office of Legislative Services request to verify whether there's ever been legislation that required the reversion of chapter funds or reversion of funds appropriated to the chapters. The only thing that jumps out in my mind is some of the like CARES funding, FRF funding. If it was some of the CSN, if it's not spent within a certain amount of time, it reverts. But as far as emergency funds, Delegate Crowdy, I do not know. So I'm going to rely on legislative services to take a look at that. If you would like a amendment, I can do an amendment for you to excuse your the chapters within your district from their funds reverting. It'll just be very simple. And I'll get that out to you in just a few minutes. Back to you, Madam Speaker.
So we do have staff concurring, and they'll take a look into that. Shema, Honorable Crowdy. Honorable Shondine Parrish to the amendment.
Yeah, it's Speaker. Before I move forward, I just wanted to know, just from earlier, we learned that we can't move forward from a point of privilege until it's answered. So I just need clarification on that before I continue. Thank you. I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 4:44.
we'll refer over to legal counsel. But since that the request was also to the staff and how that will work out for Honorable Parish.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So for the Navajo Nation Council, the point of privilege provisions are Rule 16 in your council rules of order. Rule 16A states that point of privilege are those questions which relate to the rights and privileges of the Navajo Nation Council or of its members when the council is in session. The point of privilege shall not be seconded and debated. Section B, any council delegate may raise a point of privilege to receive additional comments from the sponsor, raise the safety of the council, to maintain care among and between all members of the council and the public, and to maintain the dignity and integrity of the proceedings. Point of privilege shall not be used to engage in additional debate. In subsection C, the council delegate raising the point of privilege may interrupt a speaker and a vote in progress. The speaker shall immediately address the point of privilege raised by the delegate pursuant to paragraph B before proceeding with the session. So that is what is included in the rules, and it does indeed say that the speaker shall immediately address the point of privilege raised by the delegate pursuant to paragraph B before proceeding with the session. So yes, it needs to be addressed before you proceed, but then we need to go to back to paragraph B to see if we can determine what addressing it means. And let me read B again. Any council delegate may raise a point of privilege to receive additional comments from the sponsors, raise the safety of the council, to maintain care among and between all members of council and the public, and to maintain the dignity and integrity of the proceedings. Point of privilege shall not be used to engage in additional debate. So pursuant to this, what is in your rules, they're actually in the rule itself, there is not a provision that speaks directly to receiving additional documents. What it says is to receive additional comments from the sponsor. I think that historically that is been treated as including additional documents from the sponsor. There's nothing in the rules that in this rule that speaks to the fact that the council, the proceedings have to stop until the documents are provided. So that's what's in your rules. And so it is, of course, speaker's interpretation of those rules and then subject to challenge. Back to you, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
With that explanation, Honorable Parish, we recognize your point of privilege to answer some of those questions. We do have a request from staff to have about 15 minutes to get those documents in line and also those reference numbers to those legislations. We'll be taking a recess for about 10 minutes for having staff to get those documentation in place. We'll be recessed at 1:45 and reconvene at 1:55.
Hello. Hello? Hello? Here. Back here. So what next?
convene at 1:56 p.m. Roll call, you can press your button, or if you're joining via Zoom, just let the staff know. Roll call to reconvene. Honorable Begay, Honorable Ricky Nez. Honorable guest delegates, we have 20 present on the floor. And we have one excused. So reconvening at 1:56. We recess for 10 minutes to have the staff look into the additional documents that was needed and the questions that were raised. So we did give that additional time for the staff to research and go back into their logs. And at this time, I'll give the floor over to legal counsel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I did ask that the microphone be returned back to myself because I need to correct what I said previously about the point of privilege. There seems to be a difference in it's a technical difference, which we will correct. But all of you received what was called a Navajo Nation Office of Legislative Services updated reference manual. And when I was reading the rule, point of privilege rule, I was reading from that document, from the rules included in that document. However, Miss Mariana Khan, who's like my wingman for the day, she identified that what is in what I was reading from, there's a slight difference from what is actually in the legislation that approved the rules. The last time your rules were actually amended was CJY -39-13. That's what Ms. Khan checked for me. And in CJY 39-13, it states under point of privilege, everything is exactly the same as I read, except for one point. And that is, in what I read to you, it said any council delegate may raise a point of privilege to receive additional comments from the sponsor. That's what I read to you. That is what is in your Office of Legislative Services packet. But when we actually went back to the resolution, CJY, CJY 39-13, it actually says any council delegate may raise a point of privilege to receive additional documents. So that's where the difference is. So it should say additional documents. Office of Legislative Services will send out a correcting, a corrected page or however they're going to address it. And just something to point out to council, we'll call it just a very quick teaching moment. And that is resolutions trump rules. Your rules have to be consistent with a resolution. If they are not, then the resolution trumps. So so in this case, CJY 39-13 does trump, and it does say then correctly, any council delegate may raise a point of privilege to receive additional documents from the sponsor. So that's what we're looking at. That's what was requested. Now, process-wise, it is the speaker. Next step is for speaker to address that request, and how that request is addressed is at the discretion of the speaker. The speaker might say, okay, we're going to recess and get those documents, Or they might say, we're gonna continue and wait for the documents to deliver. That is subject to the speaker's ruling and subject to challenge. Back to you, Madam Speaker.
Chief Legal Counsel, and with the request from Honorable Crotty, what you had a question on if this amendment has been done in the past, and we'll have Office of Legislative Services refer that question to them, so they can provide that answer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Curley, this is Manuel Rico with Legislative Services, and we concur with the answer from this Chief Legislative Counsel Dana Barba. There's really no reversion that has been directly from the chapters. They were always done, through different projects like the citizen heavy equipment. There was a deadline there. That one keeps being extended, but nothing directly taken from the chapters in regards to emergency funds. Thank you, Speaker.
Office of Legislative Services. Up next, we have Honorable Stephen Arvizo to the amendment.
Madam Speaker, Curley, thank you. Auto members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. I have a chapter that's 99,000 in the hole because CDC told them that they would reimburse them to be a hub to clean and to sanitize food and everything that came in. And and also the FEMA, I believe it was Joyce Garcia. She said everything that we spent, that the Navajo Nation or the Navajo people spend as emergency cannot be, it's pretty much can't be reimbursed. Washington, we're not in those decisions. We're not in those discussions because Washington does not know how we live out here. And as leaders, we need to be part of somehow be part of those decisions because the rules and regulation from Washington apply to urban towns and cities, not the reservation. Some of those folks don't know what chiz is. Propane is natural gas to them. So somehow we need to help educate our congressional leaders that these are the things, these are the livelihood of the Navajo people. Woods, hay, water, and food. It's on there, but sometimes our communities are told that you can't do food. Is what I heard. So at some point we need to visit FEMA's their guidelines, rules and regulations, what you can get reimbursed on, because it doesn't apply to Navajo. It sounds like it. I mean, because one of my chapters is in 99,000 in the hole because they were trying to help because they were told that they would get reimbursed, and later on they're not being reimbursed, and now it's even further. It said that most of the stuff, I mean, labor, they hired a bunch of people to sanitize foods and goods that came into Theru to disperse to other chapters. Now they can't be reimbursed for that. And I think as leaders, we really need to look at something like that. And FEMA says we need an agent. Well, I thought CDC was the agent for the Navajo chapters to get these FEMA's regulations to the chapters, what you can and what you can't get reimbursed on. COVID-19 we were never prepared. We're not prepared for it, but emergency. No, we started first thinking of sanitizers and all cleaning equipment. The Nenda Yisni. Madam Speaker, I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 55 seconds. We have Honorable Crowdy, you already have a reserve time. So we'll go forth with Honorable Nota.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. I thought it was Delegate Crotty. Mr. Matza, Jim mentioned that there's no master emergency plan. There's some discussion about what constitutes an emergency within this directive that the president gave out. He talked a lot about heavy snow, high winds, the melting snow, flooding events, and those types of conditions. I would like to ask Director Castillo, Ms. Jim, to maybe request from us a work session to look at all these emergency plans, these situations, and these policies for down the line. I think that's really in order. Ms. Jim did mention that to me earlier, and I think that's something that we need to do so we don't get into these kind of situations. We need to work together on solutions with the Division of Community Development and ASCS to rewrite and do all these evaluations like was said earlier. The other question I'd like to ask is, once we pass this resolution, this emergency declaration was done 6 days ago. Like I said, it's supposed to address the heavy snow, the high winds, the mud conditions. What's the realistic date that these funds are going to be available to the chapters? I mean, it's 6 days ago, and we're looking at the drying up of all these snow melt and the mud conditions, and I don't foresee really any more snow right here near the future. I know it's going to be coming up again, but these people needed these funds like that day the declaration was done. So I'd just like to ask, I don't know who can answer this, but what's the realistic date that we can get the money based on what we're doing to these chapters? Thank you. I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 3 minutes. Honorable Shauna Antwal to the amendment.
Good afternoon, Dohiahet Speaker Curley. I have a question regarding in relation to the reimbursement from FEMA. So this goes to Matza. If you could answer this. When the chapters request for reimbursement through FEMA, when they get approved, does the reimbursement go back directly to the chapter, or does it go into the Navajo Nation funding source, like general funds? And can you date back when the last reimbursement was made to any chapter? Thank you. Reserve my time.
Reserve time of 4:14. I'll refer back to the amendment sponsor for those questions and also a request from DCD. Honorable Slater.
Thank you very much. I think those are mainly directed at DCD, so I'd ask that you recognize them. Thank you.
Ms. Martin with DCD.
Yeah, Nana, thank you for the questions. To Honorable Delegate Nota, yes, I do truly believe we could use a work session with not only our division, but with the Department of Emergency Management, Department of Health, and all those entities that work on emergency response with the chapters. Their leadership would also be critical to addressing the emergency response at the chapter level. As far as your question regarding how soon the chapters will get their funds, I think that the council in the past has been able to direct the Office of the Controller and OMB to expedite funds to the chapters. We would need that for this emergency. Once the funds get approved by council, then we would need to get the funds into the FMIS system so that the chapters can start to draw down those funds. Again, that's an internal Navajo Nation process with OOC, and we could use their help expediting that. It does take some time, but due to the emergency, we could request with your support that they release the funds as quickly and as urgently as possible. We can work with the chapters to expedite their supporting resolutions from their chapters, and we would need you as council delegates to help us get the word out to their chapters to prepare their supporting resolutions for their funds as well. So we can do that as quickly and as urgently as possible. Once we get an idea of this, we can come back and share the time frame of when the chapters can draw down those funds. To Honorable Delegate Claw, Shananta, thank you for your question regarding the FEMA reimbursements. When we had our last emergency, I was not yet a part of the division, but it was in January 2019. That was for the emergency freeze conditions across the Navajo Nation. That's the last time we had a FEMA related emergency with the chapters. And FEMA did take about a year to reimburse chapters, from my understanding. The process that's in place is through the Department of Emergency Management. As you heard the FEMA representative speak earlier, the Navajo Nation has to have an agent with FEMA credentials to draw down funds from FEMA. And right now, the individuals with those credentials are at the Department of Emergency Management. I do believe because of the change in leadership from the president's level, there's probably going to be a need to assign another agent with the Department of Emergency Management. From there, the individual who works with FEMA on the portal, as you heard earlier, will be able to draw down those funds once the reimbursements are approved by FEMA. FEMA does provide the reimbursement in a lump sum, and we at Navajo Nation, it is our responsibility to manage the listing that they provide us for each individual chapter and their reimbursement. The Department of Emergency Management with the last the last weather emergency in 2019, they worked with each chapter in helping us draw down their funds that they were reimbursed for. So we work closely with Department of Emergency Management because they get the funds. If that changes, we could discuss that with the FEMA representative if there's another way to do that, but that's what I understand. Thank you for the questions, Kat.
Thank you, Ms. Martin, for that clarification. I don't see anybody up in the queue regarding the amendment. We'll go back to reserve time. Honorable Crotty with 4 minutes and 10 seconds.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, colleagues, sponsor of the amendment. I did request if there could be language to protect or have that legislative district 12, the communities that I represent. And speaking with all of the chapters, they have a unique situation on why funding is not spent down. Some of it does go back to the ASC not approving some of their expenditure requests, and we'll be working with Ms. Jim Martin on those issues. In addition, we do have certified emergency response teams that have a building that are looking to have equipment and to have this as the first act of the Navajo Nation 25th Council to revert funding from our chapters and home communities. I don't think it should be in the emergency fund. There hasn't been a clear definition on why 20,000 is the threshold. And in looking at the budget that was passed last September, the 24th Council allowed programs carryovers. And so we have to be consistent. If we're going to allow Window Rock-based programs to have carryovers, there should be a stronger rationale on why we would revert funding back to Window Rock. What I could see here is a conversation to understand from each of our chapters, but I would have to say on the floor, I don't represent or don't understand completely the nuance of what's going on at your chapter. I want to also express that we've received additional information regarding the negative balance. And if there was an agreement for reimbursement, there's also another funding stream where we have those COVID-19 donations, and the chapters have an ability to request for reimbursement if those expenditures were COVID-19 related. So at this time, I think there's a lot more to discuss. I understand the challenges that delegates may feel that we're in a deficit, and hearing from acting controller. But again, last budget, the reason why we have this UUFB amount was this was the permanent trust fund interest income. And we put that money into the UUFB. And what we said was we were going to come together collectively and prioritize how we were going to use the UUFB. So I do hear that President Nygren supports the overall legislation. We did mention that there also should be a 3-branch conversation on what are the priorities of the nation as we dip into the UUFB. So what is our end game? And at this time, I think what we are expecting from the chapters and not giving them the support. My last area I wanted to bring is council attempted to give our chapters emergency dollars, and that was line item vetoed. And in addition to the direct funding to the chapters, support for the ASC office so that they have emergency management team to help support the chapters with technical support. I met with the acting director of public safety this morning. There's currently 2 positions in our central department of emergency management. He did indicate he pulled in 2 other staffers, and that's literally the support that Navajo Nation is providing for emergency management staffers. And so it's really our chapters that bear the brunt. Each chapter is uniquely different. And so I appreciate Apache County, San Juan County, and our partners for helping with this emergency management. But I do not believe this is the right move.
Honorable Crowdy, Kodoro Naidin Shikiriki, and I believe there was a request to modify the amendment. Ledge Council is draft format.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to Delegate Crowdy, I am getting ready to send what you requested. You will have 2 different options. I'll just explain them now so everybody understands. One is to make a request to modify the amendment in front of you. The other approach is if the amendment is passed, then you can go in and do an amendment to it. I hope that makes sense, and I'm sending it out to you right now. Back to you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. And thank you, Legislative Council, for providing the two options for that modification for requests. Honorable Slater, since you are the motion party to the amendment.
Speakers, this to respond to all of the comments and questions in addition to the request for modification, or just the modification?
The modification request.
I'm not going to consent to the modification because then it opens the door to do it across the board, and then we're going to have an unequal and unfair distribution of this across the nation. So I understand the points that Shema is making, and I'd be happy to respond to the remaining comments and questions she had, if I'm permitted to.
Honorable Slater, go ahead. You can answer the additional questions she had.
Thank you very much. I agree that there are unique circumstances at each chapter, and I think it's unfortunate that there are chapters that don't receive the same support from the regional or agency ASC as the chapters in central agency. And I'm very appreciative of Egerton Jean and Robert Jumbo in the services and support they provide to my 5 chapters, and I know the other chapters within the agency, considering that we don't have CSCs and AMSs in 2 chapters, and in 2 other chapters are missing 1 CSC and 1 AMS. Now, the $20,000 threshold, the theory behind that is that you have an annual budget that is passed in September, and then ordinarily there's a deposit of the funding that goes to the chapter within October. So for 2 months, say it's October 31st, the last day they could get the funding, the chapters would have up to $20,000 if they saved that and banked it to use in unencumbered funds. But presumably, if we apply this standard and there is pressure upon the chapters, and really this goes back to our people, because that's who holds local leadership and holds us accountable. And that pressure that is extended to the regional and the agency level for the administrative service centers, which are under the direction of the president. And that's what we need. We need civic participation. And those who feel disconnected need to come into the chapters, and they need to attend those meetings and hold their local leadership accountable. And that will then extend up the chain of command into the ASCs and so on and so forth. So you could use your supplemental allocation between now and September 1st to execute a contract for diesel fuel for your grader, or maintenance operations, or purchase orders for food, or for firewood, or for pellets. And I think that that is the sort of pressure and accountability that we have as a council over local leadership and over the resources that we dispense out of Winter Rock. And so that is the logic and part of the theory behind this. And it's not perfect because we have 110 chapters with all sorts of different circumstances. Now, in order to legislate, we need to look at broad impact and make sure we're doing the most good and mitigating the greatest amount of harm with the policies that we're putting in place. And so I would hope that this would encourage chapters and our local people, our local community members, to compel that sort of accountability and spending. And when you look at the overall picture, Delegate Charles Newton mentioned $70 million. You divide that up among 110 chapters, it's 600 something odd $1,000. That figure, I think, it's relatively static, but has modestly increased year over year. So we're not seeing a spending down of those allocations. And if you accept that, say, up to 180,000 of that is part of the capital outlay allocation that was provided years ago. Again, we're not seeing expenditures out of these line items. So we need to put those dollars to work, because every minute, every second, every day that a dollar sits in a bank account and is not invested, it's losing value. So that means every single dollar that the nation has that's just sitting there is losing its ability to purchase its purchasing power for pellets, for propane, for salaries. And that's where I think we need to improve our fiscal stewardship and management. We've got to get the dollars out the door, and this is one of the ways to compel that action. Another part of this logic is that there are colleagues who are interested in trying to somehow address the differences between the negative 99,000 accounts and those that say have $44,000 or $78,000 sitting there. If we start going down that path, A, we're going to be debating, late into the night, and B, we're going to require waivers of the code. And that's where I really didn't want to go down that path, because I think it diminishes the credibility of the government when we're constantly waiving our financial management systems in the annual bid. Now, I 100% agree with Delegate Crotty about coming back to the table among the three branches to identify how to spend down what we now know is $28.1 million. And when we passed the annual budget, I think we had about 21 million that was left over in the UFB. So since, see here, that's September, we've increased that about 6 odd something million. And let's see here, Speaker Crowley, I would ask that you reflect upon discussions that happened at the end of the 24th Council, where we requested then Speaker Damon, and then it was carried on to Speaker So, to come back and prioritize some nationwide priorities that were not included in the annual budget. And we should have an equitable and transparent manner of allocating those funds or saving them for next year's budget, so we're not using as much of the permanent trust fund income, and we could put that towards some sort of a bond or other things that we've discussed recently. So that's an ask that I'll make to you right now. And then in terms of the program carryovers, there were many more limited program carryovers in this last year's budget as compared to the two prior years. And between the passage of the fiscal year 23 budget and the present, the 24th Council passed a legislation that eliminates program carryovers and mandates really that these funds lapse at the end of the year. And so we as a council and as a nation have been moving toward that sort of accountability within the central government. And the number of that legislation escapes me. I can't remember if it was Delegate Charles Newton or Delegate So. No one's raising their hand right now, but there was a legislation that accomplished that same effect. And so those are my responses. And I would like to see this accountability, but colleagues, if that is not the will of the council, then my sincere ask is that we move forward with the 50-50 formula and we don't get wrapped up in trying to fix all of the nation's unequal balances among these chapters and all of the issues that contributed to that. Because those are big discussions and big structural issues that are going to take time. And we're eager to make a difference, but if we get bogged down in that, then these dollars are never going to get out the door, and we're not going to get answers to the reports that I know many colleagues would like to hear from. Thank you, Speaker. I yield back to you.
We have reserved time for Honorable Begay with 1 minute and 22 seconds.
Madam Speaker. I was checking with my chapters there. 2 out of 3. One is in the Laguna Kiko, they're in the red. And also all three of my chapters are in sanction, yeah. So that means that they take 10% of what we're gonna give them, yeah. They hold back that. They're gonna get less than what we approve of. Sanction that was English based on what are we gonna do with those people that are in sanction? 10% do we divert that back to the at the end of the September 1st? What are we gonna do with those people that are in sanction? Thank you.
On to reserve time, Honorable So, with 1 minute and 12 seconds.
Thank you very much. With that, with the issue pertaining to this, and the bandi kago that but the main concept is to get funding out to the chapter and where's this on the and I think moving forward, let's just move forward with this amendment. We support it. If you support it, vote green. If you don't support it, vote red. Leave it to them. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and move forward and cease debate on this conversation. Let's go and move forward with the voting. Thank you. Wait my time.
Honorable So, within the identity Kidiki for motion to cease debate. Just going over my notes and from my colleague, we did have 15 delegates had the opportunity to comment and question on the amendment. The 11:59 a.m. amendment, so it has been several hours that we have been on this amendment one. Just from analyzing the comments here from the floor, I do feel like majority is in favor and green. It's just some technical questions that were needed to be clarified. So with that, just with analyzing all of your comments since within the past few hours and the explanations that were given, I'll be entertaining a second to cease debate. A second by Honorable James. Be going on to the drawing board to vote on cease debate. Shananta. Point of privilege by Honorable Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. I call this point of privilege to ask, you gave us a rundown of why we're going to cease debate. How many of the delegates had remaining time left?
We had 10 delegates with reserve time. That includes Honorable James,
Honorable Nez, Honorable Yazi, Honorable Jesus, Honorable Yanito, Honorable Nez, and Honorable Parrish.
Speaker Curley, if I may, just a suggestion, in the future, you might want to ask those delegates if they're willing to waive the rest of their time, because they do have reserved time left. And it does recognize that they have reserved time and that you're asking if it would be okay for them. Thank you.
Honorable Charles Newton. I just do have, I reached out to several of my colleagues here during recess as well, and they were really had that discussion of ceasing debate. I'll be considering that. But I did call for a vote to cease debate. Point of privilege by Honorable Charles Newton.
I'm sorry, Speaker, did you say that you reached out to your colleagues? Because if you did, you didn't reach out to me unless I'm not your colleague. And if you were, texting them or, if you're part of a group text, I'm not part of that. So if I can be included in those conversations, thank you.
No, the correction, I did receive text from my colleagues this to enter that they may be motioning to cease debate and they're okay with waiving their time. I did get several text messages from the colleagues. I did not text out to them. Yeah. So this will require a 2/3 votes who are present. So during the last roll call, there were 21, so we will need 11. The time went out on the board. Honorable Arvisa. You're good. Honorable Arviso Green. Honorable Claw Green. Honorable Karate. Honorable Nez Green. Honorable Nez, Ricky Nez Green. Nathan Nota is present back within the meeting. Green. Honorable Simonson Green. Honorable Otto So. Green. Honorable Juanito Green. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie Green. We have 20 in favor, 1 opposed to cease debate. The motion carries. Colleagues, back to the drawing board to vote for amendment number 1. 1 minute. Thirty seconds to vote. Fifteen seconds to vote. Colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, we have a vote of 13 yes and 9 opposed. Motion carries forward. We are now back to the main motion of the legislation. On reserved time, we have Honorable Toth with 3 minutes and 47 seconds.
Thank you.
Next on the reserve time, we have Honorable Crotty with 4 minutes and 6 seconds.
Oh, yeah, Speaker, colleagues, if I'd like to offer amendment number 2. If staff can read that into the record, that's the amendment that would exclude legislative district 12 from this provision of recapturing dollars back to Window. And I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 3:45. We'll have staff to read the proposed amendment into the record.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council. Amendment to Amendment number 1 of legislation number 003-23 sponsored by Delegate Crotty. 1, revise amendment number 1 sponsored by Delegate Slater as follows. Of the UUFB funds allocated herein, any and all amounts exceeding $20,000 that remain in each individual chapter's emergency fund account as of September 1, 2023, because of such funds are unspent or unencumbered by the chapter as of this date shall revert to the UUFB account on that date. Underscored language, funds allocated to the Cove, Tuolina, Two Great Hills, Red Valley, Sefnos, Sheep Springs, Clabato, and Gadiahe Toko chapter emergency funds accounts shall not revert. 2, renumber or relist succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the council's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any other amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, staff, for reading that into the record. Do we have a second to this amendment? Second by Honorable Seth Damon. Up next in queue, we have Honorable Daniels to the amendment.
Thank you. Without Madam Chair. Apologize, Madam Speaker. Yeah, Arusnan Shangi, Nahan, Kodo, and the Kodo, and Aunt Hado Nana Koda were on the third day. The Shan Ashid or Swaria Yoshana. I see Mr. David Arviso. I see outside I did down. I saw about our club. Yeah, Kodo. Actually, I don't die out as I don't go to the dam. Should the motion parties go to the dam? Like to ask Delegate Crotty to modify her amendment to include the North region chapters. Not on or Jeto Sha Tohodo Zabikan chapters, North region. ABK Dolet. Reserve time.
Reserve time of 4:02. Honorable Seth Damon to the amendment. I'll be recognizing that request to modify first. Honorable Crotty.
Oh, yeah, speaker, yes, I will accept the modification. Thank you, Delegate Daniels.
Kokoshi, on to. Do you concur, second party? Honorable Seth Damon requests to speak on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon to yourself and then also to members of the 25th Navajo Council. Good afternoon to the sponsor, Honorable Spin Simpson, and good afternoon to the staff from Division of Community Development and everybody listening in. I just like to go ahead and ask, as the chapters from my area have been working together, and there is restrictive reasons why that they have not spent down their funds. So I'm asking for a modification as well to ask Madam Chair Crotty, thank you for raising this amendment. And I respectfully ask if you can include the chapters from District 6, which include Bajalan, Chechelta, Manuelito, Rock Spring, Say, Yoto, and Salichi. Thank you, and I'll reserve my time.
Reserve time of 4:02. Back to the motion party to the amendment, Honorable Crotty, there's a request.
Yate, speaker, colleagues, yes, I agree to the modification. Thank you.
Second party, do you concur? Okay, we have Honorable Simpson to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of 25th Council. Good afternoon, Akitishito. Madam Delegate Roddy, thank you for your amendment number 2. So I'd like to request to, if you will, to include the chapters. Say, simply, by Green Valley, and easy. Daytime education to include those 8 chapters. Thank you.
There's a request to modify back to the motioning party to the amendment. Honorable Crowdy.
Yeah, speaker, delegate Simpson, yes, I will agree to the modification to include chapters from your district. Yeah, thank you.
Second party, Damon, Honorable Damon.
Damon.
Second concurs. Honorable next in queue to the amendment, Honorable Toll.
Honorable Speaker, should I he was talking that because this chapter that I represent the remote areas, so in Jewish control, also day plan on I shall listen to the chapter.
Honorable Crowdy, there is a request for modification.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I will agree to the modification to add on Delegate Toll's legislative district. Thank you.
To the second party, do you concur to the modifications? Honorable Damon? Honorable Yanito to the amendment.
Yeah, Nanateho, Hiala, Shama, but I'm requesting a modification to this amendment for my chapters 2, Roddy, Anath, Mexican Water, Red Mesa, Tinez Ponce, and Totlacan Sweetwater.
Honorable Crotty, request for a modification.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I appreciate the request from Delegate Yanito, and I concur. Thank you.
Second party, do you concur? Yes. Honorable Nota to the amendment.
Yes, good afternoon, Delegate Crotty. I'm also asking for modification to include all 5 chapters of my district: Tallahatchie, Mexican Springs, Bosqua, Twin Lakes, and Coyote Canyon. Yeah.
Honorable Crotty, there's a request to modify.
Thank you, Speaker, Delegate Nota. I will agree to the modification. Thank you.
Second, do you concur? Honorable Damon. Yes. Honorable Helena Begay to the amendment.
Nana, Amber, Honorable Amber, for bringing this amendment. I want to include my chapters because we're out in the rural areas, so I gave them 2 chapters. They go through a lot, they struggle through a lot, so I want to add on Bottomway Gap, Copper Mine, AB12, Yochi, and Kanalia,
Delegate Crotty, request for a modification to the amendment. Point of privilege by Honorable James.
I see now on these issues, this is getting really embarrassing. I have to say, we just passed an amendment. And that amendment that we passed, those individuals, my colleagues that voted green on that amendment 1 are now asking for their chapters to be added to this amendment. That's embarrassing. Where are we not understanding it? I don't know if we get So for those, I'd like to request if somebody can do a listing of the 110 chapters. Because nothing she must sign it. Because needs a claim. Adults are in chapters basically on the contract. So with like, per chapter, often for her current emergency fund balance is $96,230. If you look at this listing that was given out, and if we are going to move forward with the 50-50 formula, the hospital is going to receive $20,967. Once all this goes through, in fund account 17, just in the emergency fund, when you add up the two, she's going to have $117,000, $197.
Point of order, Honorable Crotty. Yes, point of order, Rule 16, a point of privilege. The delegate may raise a point of privilege to receive additional documents from the sponsor, raise the safety of the council, or to maintain, get amongst and between all members of the public, and to maintain the dignity and integrity of the proceedings. Point of privilege shall not be used to engage in additional debate. The point of order is there has not been a request for additional documentation from the sponsor. There have not been a point to raise the safety of the council. There has not been a statement or a request to maintain amongst and between all members of the public. That is my point of order, that this point of privilege is not being abided by. Thank you.
Honorable Crotty, to Rule 16B, and you did read it out for our colleagues to hear. And I do concur with Honorable Crotty here. There needs to be an additional request to receive additional documents, raise the safety of the council, or to maintain among and between all members of the council and the public, and to maintain the dignity and integrity of the proceedings. Point of privilege shall not be used to engage in additional debate. Honorable Crotty. Point of privilege by Honorable James.
Thank you, Don, Speaker, Stasia. I was explaining on how the listing should look. And so I don't know how else to explain it to receive that document. And that's where I was getting to. But I was called of a point of order explaining of what kind of additional documents that we should have as the 25th Navajo Nation Council delegate. And so that's what I was explaining. And if we could have a listing of the current balance, and then with the 50-50 formula that they're going to receive, and the overall total for the 110 chapters. That's what I was explaining. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable James, I will recognize your point of privilege, and for those additional documents needed, we'll refer over to Ms. Martin with Community Development.
Honorable Delegate James, I don't believe we have such a document available right now. I would have to get the team to help us get that information to you. We don't have our information divided into that segment right now, so if we could get some time to pull that together. I also could identify a list of reasons for each of the chapter as far as why they're not able to spin down to go with that. Yeah.
Ms. Martin. My request is how much time would your staff need to provide that documentation?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I said, we are in a state of emergency right now, and I'm between EOC notifications right now, and my staff is out there helping all the chapters during this emergency. So I cannot say exactly. I would probably need maybe 30 minutes. Thank you.
Ms. Martin. There is a request for 30 minutes to have the staff gather all the documentation needed that was requested from Honorable James, and also for my colleagues here, be a resource for your decision as well. Kodo will recess at 3:12 p.m. for 30 minutes. You're on Zoom, feel free to text our phones. Members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, we have 22 delegates present. We'll reconvene at 3:44 p.m. Next in queue, we have Honorable Norman Begay to the amendment.
Madam Speaker. Honorable Delegate Crowdy. Element, bring on torture to the amendment. Chapters.
Honorable Crowdy, there is a request to modify amendment.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Delegate Norman Brigade. I will accept that modification. Thank you.
Second party, Honorable Damon. Second concurs. Honorable Johnson to the amendment.
Yes, good afternoon, Speaker. I'd like to be added to that, adding the chapters to that. Coal mine, Solani Lake, City Soil, Luke, Cameron, District 3 and 5. Also, like to and Speaker Curley's Planet Convoy, Lukia, Linear Mini Farms, and Loma.
Honorable Crowdy, request for modification.
Speaker, thank you, Delegate Johnson. I will accept that modification. Thank you.
Second party. Do you concur? Honorable Damon. Honorable Damon concurs. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie to the amendment.
Thank you. I'm in communication with my chapters and they want to be added to the list at Whitecomb, Teastow, Indian Wells, Greasewood Springs, and Delcom. Thank you.
Honorable Crotty, there is a request for a modification.
Speaker, thank you. Appreciate the request, Delegate Yazzie, and I will accept the modification. Thank you.
Honorable Damon, do you concur? Honorable Damon concurs. Honorable Slater to the amendment.
Thank you. Meet the new boss, same as the old boss. Can we delete, oh, this is a request to modify, delete language in amendment number 2 and replace it with delete amendment 1? I'll reserve my time.
Delegate Crotty, request for a modification.
Yeah, Speaker, if I could see on the board what is Delegate Slater's modification? If I could get support from Chief Legislative Council, thank you, Speaker. Oh, there it is. Amen.
Chief Legislative Council.
Thank you. This Chief Legislative Council, the way I understand what Delegate Slater has requested in his modification is to, it would be deleting amendment number 1. And then all of the, essentially all of the chapters that have been added. So you would be getting rid of amendment number 1, which is the amendment that established the reversions. So if it was, if Delegate Slater's modification was accepted and then the amendment was voted on, you would not have reversion for any chapter. Back to you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Crowdy.
Speaker, colleagues, thank you, Delegate Slater, for the modification to delete Amendment 1, which will, for the record, the intent then is not to have any of those reversions to the 110 chapters. If that's the intent, I agree with the modification. Thank you.
Honorable Damon concurs with he was the seconding motion. Honorable So to the amendment.
Reserve my time.
Reserve time of 4:58. Honorable Riquinez to the amendment.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Curley, honorable members of the 25th Navajo Council. Shaman Time, Senegi, Aro Arada, Senegi chapter officials and staff. Spend those monies. Spend those monies you get allocated every fiscal year. If the people need help, give them the firewood, the pellets, food vouchers, coal, propane, you name it. We give you the money, though, then the trade off, and yet don't to those monies at the chapter. Make sure you justify these monies and spend it. I'm ready to vote here, so thank you.
Honorable Jesus, I believe she is on Zoom. Go ahead. You make your Honorable Jesus, go ahead. Okay, Honorable Jesus waives her time via text. Honorable Vice James to the amendment.
Yeah, Nana, stage speaker. Ado Betke no Ajish Masan, Dos Nale, Kodo Amendment, A Betke no Arch Linko. Kodo chapters done Linigi. I really want to thank those chapters that have been spending the emergency funds. Yeah, chapters no Linigi. Ahonehi, Nihinaneshot Edo Ahonehi. Or Insto, Behas Ani Hatet Ehit Al. Ebik Ahonos on. Beso, E Con Hitene. E Halab Betadahni. Yeah, thank you to those chapters that have been working on behalf of the people spending the funding. When you review a lot of these chapters, some chapters have zero balance in the emergency funds. Some chapters only have $1, $10, $8. So I encourage those chapters that if your neighboring chapters, other chapters throughout the nation can spend emergency funds. If they can do it, I know those chapters that have a large amount of money, you can spend. It's possible. It can happen to use the money on our people that are in need of assistance. I guess at this time, it's okay to also say thank you to those chapters that are in negative because they spent their funding. Thank you for stepping up and doing the job. Nzao eya ekot ehidi no ba yeltki ako. Nantien oho ashit shenat akwadon hiltanasis tani. Belka ako nit zendolich. Besho nit zendolich ako. Ako ashon de na okahingi esel ako. Adonana kodobel ke no ajigi. Shamasana Honorable Crowdy, Dosh another Honorable Damon, respectfully requesting for you to withdraw your amendment, and let's move on to the main motion. And let's just vote on the 50-50 formula. I guess that's what we want. Chokot ehtoko. Nihichen eya hajo ba'adidishni. O withdraw ose. I don't know even yaba yanane kitoli. Chokot ehtoko. What are Nihijanaisis Kandolich, Shamasane, Honorable Crowdy, and Chanala, Honorable Damon. Or withdraw, or say, reserve my time.
146 reserve time. Honorable Crowdy, there's a request.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Delegate Vince James, for your request to withdraw this amendment. I will decline that request. The chapters have multiple challenges when it comes to drawing down their dollars. I have evidence here of chapters trying to get emergency food and supplies, yet are being denied by ASC workers. That may be a unique situation, but in talking with my colleagues, I am hearing that from other agencies. Other areas that we need to address is how do we have a comprehensive emergency management plan? Because what we're talking about is life. And we have lost elders in past emergencies because of bureaucracy. And what was never answered was who is going to track this funding and then who is going to revert those dollars. That requires personnel. That requires someone from either the Office of the Controller or the ASC to track that. And is that how we want to use our time and energy? Or do we want to empower chapters? And that is also called for Title 26 reform. And we can lead the way through this council asking government development to look at some of those areas of concern and move forward so that the chapters can pass some reform so that they meet the needs of their people. The last thing I would want to say is if there's concerns where community members are asking for requests, we would need to support the ASC on how to accept or document those areas so that we can have the opportunity to make sure that individuals who need assistance during the emergency have that opportunity to request from the chapter and understand what's the ability of the chapter to help with the emergency response. So I respectfully decline, and I do ask that we move forward since the sponsor of Amendment 1 will ask for this modification. Thank you.
Honorable Damon, do you keep your second? Honorable Damon keeps his second. Honorable Nota, you did not reserve your time. I don't see anybody else in the queue to comment on amendment. On the amendment, we'll go back to reserve. Oh, now we have Honorable Yanito, you don't have. We'll go back around and you'll up at third with the reserve time of 4:36. Honorable Daniels with 4 minutes and 2 seconds. Honorable Daniels. Third time, Honorable Daniels, 4 minutes and 2 seconds.
I wait my time.
Waive his time. Honorable Damon with reserve time of 4 minutes and 2 seconds. Waives your time. Honorable Yanito, 4 minutes and 36 seconds.
I want to give my time to Nota here, Honorable Nota.
Honorable Nota, do you accept 4 minutes and 30 seconds?
Yes. Delegate Nito, yeah. I just want to make a couple of comments. This is to the chapter officials, the staff, and constituents from my district, Tahachi, Mexican Springs, Basla, Twin Lakes, Kalua Canyon. During the 30 minutes I went outside and I did some thinking. And I thought this amendment, the second amendment, I have faith in these chapters. I have faith in my chapter staff and my chapter officials. I feel like if I add my chapters to the second amendment, I'm giving you the leeway. It's 10,000, 15,000, some chapters. Staff and the officials, I expect you guys to do your job. We have to spend this money and we have to help our constituents. I'm not into allowing my district officials and my district staff to not do their job. Like I said, I have faith in you, have trust in you. To my constituents, we are going to get that money out to you with the help of Director Castillo and Ms. Jim and her staff. With that, I want to withdraw my 5 chapters from the second amendment, please. Tahachi, Mexican Springs, Basla, Twin Lakes, and Kalua Canyon. And thank you, Delegate Yomito. Reserve my time.
Okay, that's fine.
Can't. Okay. Honorable Nota, previously, we did have a request on the floor to delete Amendment 1. It's on the board, so there's no more chapters added to that listing to that amendment. Honorable Slater with reserve time of 4 minutes and 44 seconds.
Colleagues, I just want to make a clarification because I've heard from a couple just comments and seeing how the discussion's moving forward. This Delegate Crotty's amendment as it stands right now is going to delete amendment number 1. And so if you vote in the affirmative for this amendment, vote green that is, then we're going to return to the legislation as it was introduced. It's the 50-50 formula, even distribution in that manner, if you consider that even. And then there's going to be no stipulations on funding can only be spent or encumbered up until September 1st. That language is no longer in there. So you don't need to add or remove your chapters from this amendment as it stands. And I just ask that we vote immediately on the legislation after we pass this amendment. I yield my time. Thank you.
Honorable So with the reserve time of 4 minutes and 58 seconds.
David, I'm worried Nazil Khan, we're back to square one. It's here. Here, Trump, it's here. And we're back to square one. And I show the lead not upon the case. I know that the discussion is correct. I mean, it's okay. But we had this 3 or 4 hour discussion and we're back to square one again. I think we really need to start amending the looking at how we treat council. We're getting to treat council like Namakia committee. And I think as we move forth, when we need to look at the rules so that we just do a motion second and we proceed to vote. A lot of the discussion should happen at the committees and things like that. But I know this legislation is an emergency, but there's going to be many more legislation coming through the pipeline. And legislation is coming down the pipeline is an exact turnout like what happened today. And I know just to get the effectiveness for council to move forth and then get things to operate a lot quicker. I always say that council is not Nabi, but they always treat council as Nabi committee. The same questions that come from the committee level is at the even and then I would like to just proceed to vote. In other words, doesn't do cease debate, but I know that some people delegates may have some reserved time, and I don't want to step on your toes. And I'm done. I'm ready to vote. I've been ready to vote a long time ago. Ready to vote green, and with that, wait my time. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James with reserve time of 1 minute and 46 seconds. Waives his time. Honorable Johnson, you didn't have an opportunity to reserve your time. With that, delegates, I don't see anybody within queue and also no more reserve time. We'll proceed to. Oh, almost forgot. We'll have our second reading by our staff.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council. Amendment number 2 is to delete amendment number 1 and all of the remaining language is overstricken. And so, and the first word that was amended was revise, amend, sponsored by Delegate Slater was also overstricken, and then all of the language of the proposed amendment to amendment language was also deleted by this amendment.
Honorable members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council will proceed to a vote to the amendment. For the record, Honorable Brenda Jesus votes yes via text. Fifteen seconds left. Marking down votes, we have 20 in favor, 3 opposed. Motion carries. Correction, that is 19 in favor and 3 opposed. Honorable delegates, we're back to the main motion. Honorable Dana, to the main motion.
Thank you very much. I'd like to go ahead and, since this is an emergency legislation, on the main motion, I'd like to add an amendment. And this amendment is a directive to community division, community development, to Office of Management Budget and the Controller's Office, which would require them to work together. Once the president signs this legislation into law, they have 5 days to go ahead and make sure the funds are deposited or readily available for the chapters to pick up in the Controller's Office. And also, it would not need doesn't require for chapters to have a resolution prior to them picking up those checks or having those funds deposited. That's my motion. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Reserve time of 4:12. Staff, can you read Amendment 2 into the record?
Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council, Amendment 2 to legislation number 003-23 on page 3, line 14, insert a new section 4 as follows. Section 4 directives. 1. New language. The Navajo Nation Council hereby directs the Division of Community Development, the Office of Management and Budget, and the Controller's Office to deposit the funds in the required budget units within 5 days after the Navajo Nation president signs this resolution into law. 2, the Navajo Nation Council hereby directs that the Division of Community Development, the Office of Management and Budget, and the Controller's Office not to require chapters to provide chapter resolutions in order to receive the funds approved by this resolution. 2, renumber or read letters succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its amendments to implement the council's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any other amendments. Speaker, I would recommend that on the third line for the first clause where it says budget units, that should say business units. And so that's the reading of the amendment to legislation number 003-23.
Okay, honorable members, we made that technical issues here on the screen. Is there a second to amendment number 3? Second by Honorable So. Point of privilege by Honorable James.
I haven't received the amendment of this request. Was it emailed to us? Thank you.
Okay, Honorable James, for that request, staff did email it right now.
Thank you.
Quadros, honorable delegates. Since there's nobody in the queue, go to the board for a vote on amendment number 3. Honorable James. Delegates were here on the board for a vote. Point of privilege by Honorable James.
Deja. Speaker Curley, I did press for the request to speak. But you already called for the vote. Because I just now received the email when I pushed the button. My question to, I guess I'll just move forward with it while we're voting. My question to legal counsel is this even allowable? Is this possible? Can it be done, or do we need to waive the law somewhere else for OMB? Because I don't want OMB to come back to the 25th Navajo Nation Council and say, you know, this is micromanaging. And bring in the issues of ethics and so forth. So that was going to be my question, but you already called for the vote, Shateja, Speaker. So I just want that clarification. That way I know how to vote. I hope we're not micromanaging doing this request, especially within the 5 days, and there's no indication if it's business days or if it's calendar days as well. Thank you.
Madam Legal Counsel?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Delegate James. It is very common, and as a matter of fact, it happens almost in every legislation, wherein every appropriation funding legislation where there is a directive included. Sometimes it is in a separate directive section, sometimes it's part of the administration section of the funding, but that it directs how long the controller's office and OMB have to get the funds into the appropriate budget category so that they can be spent. Oftentimes, think, for example, most common, it shows up in the CSN funding, that they have 20 days to get it distributed or such. So I think this is consistent. It may be worded just a little bit differently, but I think that it is consistent with those other legislations. And I don't believe that, I would certainly say it's not micromanaging. It is just a time requirement. How OMB and Controller's Office and such actually implement this directive, that's up to them. If you were trying to get in and tell them how to do it, I believe that would be micromanaging. So short, I think you're safe. This is very common to put timeframes as to when the controller is to distribute the funds. So with that, thank you, Delegate James, and back to you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Arvizo, how do you vote? The voting closed on the board. So you have to vote manually. Honorable Arvizo, vote screen. Honorable Helena Begay. Honorable Helena, vote screen. Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay, vote screen. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, vote screen. Honorable Shauna Claw, vote screen. Honorable Crotty, vote screen. Honorable Vince James, vote screen. Honorable Jesus, vote screen via text. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, vote screen. Honorable Rick Nez, vote screen. Honorable Nota, vote screen. Honorable Parrish, vote screen. Honorable Simonson, vote screen. Honorable Yonito, vote screen. We have a vote of 22 in favor and 0 opposed. Amendment 3 carries. Honorable delegates, we're back onto the main motion. We don't see anybody else new in the queue. We'll go back to reserve time. Honorable Crotty with 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Honorable Crotty waives her time. Honorable Herman Daniels with 2 minutes and 8 seconds. Waives his time. Honorable Curtis Yonito with 4 minutes and 13 seconds. Oh, Sherilyn Yazzie, sorry, you both have same initials. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie, you have 4 minutes and 13 seconds on reserve time.
I waive my time.
Reserve time, waives time. Honorable Jesus. She waives her time via text. Honorable So with 1 minute and 53 seconds. Waives his time. Honorable Vitch James, reserve time of 3 minutes and 13 seconds.
Speaker Curley, to all colleagues, for those of 25th Navajo Nation Council. I do have an amendment, which would most likely be Amendment 2. And I believe we also have the documents of the that I requested earlier. So if we can email those, my amendment and the numbers that we received from Division of Community Development. Reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 2:44. Honorable James Chanel, it's on the screen. Is that the correct one?
What is that? Speaker Curley, my amendment is the 30,000 threshold that I believe all my colleagues got a copy. And in that packet, the first column has the current balance. And then the second column is a 30,000 threshold. And then the last column is the amount of each chapter would be receiving. And then there's a second document, which is that second document is with the current balance for each chapters. And then the second column is utilizing the 50-50 formula, that amount that they will receive. And the total amount is on the third column.
25th Navajo Nation Council, we're having the staff get ready, prepare the language, or looking for that email. Just give us a few minutes. Honorable James. The amendment is not ready yet within legal counsel. They're requesting for 5 minutes.
Okay, that is fine, Shadeja, Speaker Curley. Can I request of you to recess for 10 minutes?
There is a request to recess, and we'll recess for 10 minutes, starting at 4:38 PM. Recess for 10 minutes.
we reconvene at 4:59 PM. Roll call will be up on the dashboard. Kodo, honorable delegates, I would like to introduce Lede Shanala Gobedini. Me Dak Ehlanede Khaliya Ako Shanala Catherine Thompson. Si Kodo de Se Non Khaliya. And I believe this is her first time to the council chambers. Shanala. Honorable Helena Begay is present. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw present. Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Brenda Jesus. Honorable delegates, we have 21 present. And we reconvene at 4:59 PM. Honorable Vince James, we did get your amendment and it was emailed to the delegates. Staff, could you read into the record?
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council. Amendment number 4 is an amendment to legislation number 003-23, changing the $3 million UUFB allocation to $2,300,398 for a $30,000 amount for all chapters. On page 1 at line 12 in the title, delete $3 million and insert $2,300,398. 2 on page 1 at line 14 in the title, add the following new clause, underscored language and waiving 12 NC section 820O. 3 on page 2 at line 29, delete $3 million and insert new language, $2,300,398. 4 on page 2 at line 30, delete the last sentence as follows. Overstricken is A, section 164 review form is also attached under exhibit A. 5 on page 3 at line 15, delete $3 million and insert underscored language, $2,300,398. 6 on page 3 at line 17, make the word quote amount in quote plural and delete the last clause as follows. Amount with a letter underscored S as shown in exhibit C, overstricken in accordance with 12 NNC section 820. 7 on page 3 at line 24, insert the following new paragraph, new language D. For all purposes of this action only, the Navajo Nation hereby waives 12 NNC section 820, quote, or excuse me, parenthesis, the chapter 50/50 allocation formula for chapters in parentheses to allow for this UUFB appropriation to individual chapters in the specific dollar amount shown in exhibit C. 8, replace exhibit A in its entirety with a new exhibit A accompanying this amendment. 9, replace exhibit B in its entirety with a new exhibit B accompanying this amendment. 10, replace exhibit C in its entirety with a new exhibit C accompanying this amendment. 11, replace exhibit E with the new exhibit E accompanying this amendment. 12, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the council's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any other amendments. Speaker.
Yeah, staff. With that, do we have a second? Honorable Norman Begay with a second. Questions? Honorable Parrish to the amendment.
Yeah, Speaker Curley, Otto, and on 25th Navajo Nation Council. I have a question for Honorable Vince James. Thank you for bringing the amendment forward. But maybe the Division of Community Development can answer why my question. Could you explain again why there's an asterisk by children veto? Thank you. And I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 4:35. I do not see anybody in queue. Honorable Vince James.
Speaker Curley, I'll go ahead and refer that question to Division of Community Development, Ms. Latsa Jim Martin. Thank you.
Ms. Martin, Division of Community Development.
Nana Hihashnanda, Honorable Parrish, I believe that is a quick typo, so disregard that asterisk.
Do I see anybody else in the queue? We'll go back to reserve time. Honorable Parrish with 4 minutes and 35 seconds.
Yeah, thank you. I waive my time.
Are there any more additional questions? Second call, third. Honorable
Speaker, this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
Honorable Crowley will put you in the queue. Honorable Dr. Andy Ness.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker.
And just a question of clarity, maybe perhaps I'm missing something, but in the title of the amendment, it says changing the 3 million UFB allocation to 2,300,398 for a 30,000 amount for all chapters. There is 110, so that amount comes out to 3,300,000. And that's just the difference there from the 2.3 million that's listed. Am I missing something? Just some clarity there. Thank you.
Honorable Ionita to the amendment.
I had the same question. I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 4:58. Honorable Crotty.
Oh, yeah, the speaker, thank you for the
Hold
time.
on, Honorable Crotty. We're gonna hook you up with the microphone. Honorable Crotty, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Appreciate the amendment, Delegate James. Unfortunately, this amendment in looking at not only my district, but other delegates' district, it looks like there'll be a substantial decrease in emergency funding going out to the chapters. I'm not sure if that was the intent, but if you could provide some insight on the impact to the chapters that will now receive zero funding. And I understand the challenges with the chapters that have a negative balance, but there is funding in the Navajo Department of Emergency Management. They have access, or they can negotiate to get reimbursement through their office regarding the COVID-19 donations. If they, so if I could ask, what have the chapters who have a negative fund, what have been some of their recommendations to get back into the positive? And if you could answer those questions, then I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Honorable Crowdy. Honorable Crowdy, if you're on Zoom, you can proceed. Honorable delegates, will return back to Delegate Crotty, which he's having some technical issues through Zoom. We did lose connection for a few minutes, but once we see her back online, we'll put her back in the queue. Honorable Daniels.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, yeah. Shema. I read that without them. Siciliya. I don't know kudo ye cases in the ghetto na kudo snat. I don't say sin kudo. Dino sagi kudo. I hear him kudo. Kudo na gaya tina shon sata. The 30,000 threshold. AD na shon sata dida. I don't know. I see some chapters that are in the negative. The root chapter. The root chapter, $99,689 in the negative. So if we pass this amendment and pass the legislation, the root chapter, they're going to get 129,000. I'm just wondering why these chapters that are in the negative camp, they keep on spending. Jim Martin? Okay. He doesn't know the dish kill song. It'll die Mr. Willie doesn't know the dish kill. Or could you get all let's go? Chapters get that same, chapters get out, let's go. So you'll done a dash kid or let's go. But the other chapters, they're below the 30,000. I don't have the question which you done now. But I see like 67,000 that have a car in the negative. 32,000. I don't know nothing great. 46,000 that have a cargo. So 80 Baba night kiddo little. What I night kiddo let pro temp. Yeah, let us say. Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Reserve time.
Reserve time of 2:40. Honorable Norman Begay to the amendment.
Madam Speaker. Korean ideas kidnap 10%. That's a sanction that that's what it needs from this. We pass this legislation. I just can reserve my time.
4:45 reserve time. Honorable Slater to the amendment.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Speaker Curley, thank you, Shitsuri, Delegate James, for the amendment. And Thank you, Delegate Daniels, for your comments on expenditures into the negative. I can't vote for this amendment because it rewards fiscal mismanagement. And I've expressed before that we should not be incentivizing chapters to spend into the red. Now, we've had a few conversations here at the council today, and some of us have advised our colleagues who have chapters with negative Fund Code 17 emergency fund balances to pursue funding under the GoFundMe donation account. And Delegate Charles Newton had passed a legislation, I think 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago at this point, that identifies the protocol for spending out of that. And I'll try and find the number for their reference. And I hope that we as a council could help make those chapters whole if they're able to identify how these allocations were made in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And that way they can get back up into the black. But right now, I cannot support the amendment because it's going to, in some instances, provide chapters with $129,000. And that's essentially, a half or even a third of the allocation that they receive on an annual basis, which is wholly unfair to all of the other chapters who are not going to receive a half or a third of their annual allocation in this distribution to chapters today. So with that, I'll reserve my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Reserve time of 3:02. Honorable Arvizo to the amendment.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Auto the root chapter, they were a hub for about 7 or 8 other chapters that CDC had agreements with. At reimbursing and they agreed to it by resolution. It's going to be distributed out to 8 other chapters, but their job was to clean it, sanitize it. That's how they got in that red. And they never got that reimbursement because they were told that deadline, that's all secret don't need. But I did talk with them and they said, I thought we'd beat the deadline by 1 week. I don't need. I don't know, Oshi Bekati Jashi Danzinde Kasata Hujiti. Kwan Kadi was Angel or Gate put it new. Marco GT. I don't never caught this was Dinzo. Ahujishi. Some of us we loan out money and we never get it back. So Ashi Hutza, Ebony now Hutza do they Anoba Elwood for a hub to sanitizing station along with St. Bonaventure. Madam Speaker, I can't reserve my time.
3:17 reserve time. Honorable Toll to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the staff sending it to amendment and I think the better way to handle this issue is they need the documentation from the see if all of those documents are in place. It was used. I guess could justify this minus so if the chapter official are listening to our meetings, they can send the information to us to specify whether in negative So that shows in how to start to continue spending this. So there should be a letter or justification to be submitted to us that will justify. Then we can give the money to that chapter. What chapter she's for that and legal. Ada Yakoroba is speaker. Don't resume my time.
Reserve time of 3:22. Honorable So to the amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think that the same conversation is happening, whether it's 20,000 from the previous amendment number 1, and now it's 30,000. Let's say it was the same concept, and it's just the prices, the amount that the chapters are going to be receiving. You support it, vote green. Don't support it, vote red. But the bigger thing is that, the larger picture is that I think let's appropriate these dollars the way it is, the legislation is. And then let's come back to the drawing table and allow council and the president, and let's change the way emergency funds are appropriated, because if we don't change it, next year, and what I'm getting to is that we need to appropriate these dollars in the comprehensive budget. The comprehensive budget is coming up in July. If we include this budget into the current proposed FY24 budget, that way when January 1st hits, the chapter accounts when they're uploaded, OMB uploads the accounts and accounting information to those line items. The chapter will have that emergency account available day 1. That gives them to prepare for the winter. Those chapters that are in the higher elevation. I don't know if there's chapters out there, way out there that monsoon season. You can say that allows them to get ready for it. We have to have that conversation how we can do this a lot better. Because right now, this conversation could go on 4 hours, 3 hours. Not the need flash. That's not okay. All the time, come on, I'm ready to vote. I'm my position on this, and always I need to mention that we're going to move on and with that, yeah. During my time.
2:19 reserve time. So, Honorable James, we did time to give your response.
Speaker Curley. I don't Kirigi. Honorable Dr. Nez. Kid. Honorable Yanito. Dida Halit out Wagi na sos Hagi. Now kid the meat so Hagi Aja Ka Shahane. The meat so go for car donation tate of Nenigi. Dida not sauce the class Nigi. They a slap on there. Aja a Hinezo on page 5. The Hinezo agency give it so partners in the agency beats in Nadigi. Base of the Jekodo and Nifigi before Hinezo or art or slow agency. ARJA, but not A, but R2 2.3 million Celine ko A Benina A on Datos of Souls. Nana Podod Shana I thought AAD na dedicate ko Halit AAD partners Nelet Aje A based on Lenigi Kodo Badet Anna Belaho HDOS E Adog Adeya Yese Laant HDOS E Aje Bahaje Lajokot Ina dedicate Asia in the episode Fanani Nichono Toko Chiche Honorable Slater Ina dedicate Toko what are the national Ajan Kodo Peso Nijekolia but La Hochi Peso Chini or Edon Hayat A Juno Tochiche Hazi A sheet A quiet has under sheet A Natoshima Division of Community Development do Ajit Miss Salata Jim Martin Chi Ajay not Jihado Zenko Adonana Kodo Dan Lily Ina De Kid Ako DCA Chief Legal Counsel Miss Dana Bambrough Chi Ajit A which I push late or they regarding the chapters that are in Saint will 10% be deducted from the 30,000 that they're receiving. Adonana Padod Shanai Honorable Arviso Astorina Adeshkitako Doya Hazidi on because on day not just the rouge ako named later Hata is the cost in Sanas is a Dani Pankni Heta and he don't need Ahoda the Quaggy on partners Nelisov Neligi Neligi Apa Nido Asachi enough or say look at our in ASC do the Division of Community Development then hot out not sauce Lily Hayi Asalin Kodo on that answer, but you're none adonly, but you're not this answer, net the hundred nana start, Honorable Arviso. My recommendation to Mr. Arviso is as each delegate, we received $8.8 million for COVID. And in that 8.8 million, and this goes across the board for any of the other delegates, if your chapters are in negative, the chapter can request for reimbursement under that $8.8 million of the ARPA funds that was given to each council delegate. You'll go back into the green. A reimbursement because chapter reimbursement. Whatever funds were utilized from the chapter's funds to be reimbursed out of that 8.8 million for the COVID, since it's COVID related. Not Honorable Arviso, United Kidigi, Asian Yat need a huge Yo netani glot the cosin sanast it's dani cans neoko. Ashi la topita det ado nana kodota shna ashna honorable George Toth though de documents no nothing the rule has under Asian Ashi shown that the Shema to Yahadot Zihako, missing lots of Jim Martin, Adjihas Aniki, she could not Ahanasi, Shadeja speaker Curly, Kododa Shema, some lots of Jim Martin, Bahuidish, not Ahatot Zihigi, the Kodo, the Quikoshi, Kodo, but Tanaz Tani in the Del Kidigi. I could it all.
Honorable James. Ms. Martin, Division of Community Development.
Yeah, Honorable Delegate James Otto Yeah, Nana Shananta, let me go ahead and help with some of the questions here. Really quickly to Honorable Delegate Norman McGay, Shananta, the chapters that are under sanction, they will get the full amount, and then OOC will deduct the 10% sanction. So they'll get what is remaining. OOC will hold that 10% until they're out of sanction. If I'm correct on that, we can double check with Legislative Council, but that's how we've been doing it with the other funds. Auto Shananta, Delegate Slater, just a quick clarification on the fiscal management and the chapters. I think we all know that we have been in unprecedented times, and the COVID emergency has created challenges that we never had to deal with before. Some chapters were good at the emergency response, and other chapters struggled. So we know that the ASC staff that had the most experience with managing funds quickly were able to keep their chapters in their positive balances. Some of our staff that were not as experienced weren't able to deal with the challenges that came with some of those fiscal management issues. So I do know that it has a lot to do with the skills that we have at certain chapters as well as at certain ASC offices. With that, I do know that a lot of the reasons we also have these negative balances is, excuse me, when we went into the COVID emergency response, it was under the unified command with the Department of Health. And under the leadership of the Department of Health, we did participate in their emergency management incident response. Through that, we initiated hubs, as Delegate Stephen Arviso has been calling them. They are actually staging posts, or also called points of distribution. We had some chapter staff that were very skilled in emergency operations that volunteered to be those hubs. And so Through chapter was one of those chapters that volunteered to be a hub with the Department of Emergency Management and the Health Command Operations Center. So we do have 11 chapters that served as hubs and provided additional support services to the chapters within the region. They did not just service their chapters, they serviced all the other chapters that were surrounding them, which is why they incurred additional emergency funds. With that, we were hoping that through the CARES Act funding initially, that the chapters would get reimbursed for their emergency operations. However, due to some of the challenges through legislation, I'll never forget November 20th and the deadline that was put on the chapters. It caused a lot of our chapters to go into the negative. And a lot of that was due to the procurement system. So unfortunately, many of our chapters were not able to meet that deadline, or we were not able to get it through the OOC system, even if chapters got it to our office. We also had chapters that were anticipating reimbursement from FEMA. And as you can tell now, there have been no reimbursements from FEMA. So they were hoping to replenish those funds, but that day has not come yet. So I hope that explains some of the background. It does come all the way back to the CARES Act funding and moving forward. And on the question regarding the reoccurring funds. I think you all know our emergency funds for the chapters are non-recurring. We were successful this past legislation season to get our chapter stipends to become fixed cost. I do believe that would also help our chapters if we have those emergency funds. Thank you.
We have back into reserve time. Honorable Yanito with 4 minutes and 58 seconds.
Yeah, I'm still confused here. You know, this mathematics here that kind of don't add up. So to reduce the daily Iago, you know, like it says, changing the 3 million UUFB allocation to 2,300,398 for a 30,000 amount for all chapters of CA. When you do the math, you know, like with 2.3 million, divided that into 110 chapters, that equals out to 20,000. I don't, you know, with 3 million, you divide it with 110 chapters, it goes to 27,000. Okay, if you want to disperse 30,000, you gotta add, you know, 3.3 million. That would, you know, if you divide that into 110, that equals to 30,000. Yeah, I'm kind of getting confused on that. And then you're saying that, you know, there's a deduction of 10% on these sanctioned chapters, the NINGI. Is that where these changes occurring? Reserve my time, that'll be my question.
Reserve time at 3:25. Next for reserve time, we have Honorable Daniels with 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
Oh, reserve time.
Reserve time 2:38. Honorable Norman Begay, 4 minutes and 45 seconds. Waves time. Honorable Slater, 3 minutes and 2 seconds.
I have a question for Legislative Council. So this is an amendment which just requires simple majority passage. Since we're deviating from the 50-50 formula, if it is adopted, does that mean this will require a waiver of the code and move to a 16 vote threshold? I'll reserve my time.
Reserve time 2:43. Since it's not to the motioning party, I'll refer that over to, for your request, Honorable Slater, to legal counsel.
Thank you, Dana Bogroff, Chief Legislative Counsel. Delegate Slater's question is if we waive, if the provision in the Appropriation Act requiring a 50-50 distribution to the chapter to accomplish Delegate James's amendment, that will require a waiver of the Appropriations Act 50-50 provision. That is at section 820 that will have to be waived. However, it is only going to require a simple majority for the waiver. There is, in the Appropriations Act, there are special provisions that, well, in the Appropriation Act, if you waive certain provisions, it will state you need a 2/3 majority. This provision does not say that, so thus it will just require a simple majority. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Legal counsel. Next week on reserve time, Honorable Arvizo with 3 minutes and 17 seconds.
Madam Speaker, thank you. My chapter through the CSC and the secretary, they have information and they wanted to know if they could speak or present. Reserve my time.
Reserve time of 3:04. Honorable Tolt, reserve time of 3 minutes and 22 seconds.
Go ahead. She waived it, she's, Madam Speaker.
Wait time, Honorable So with 2 minutes and 19 seconds.
Yeah, as we move forth on this amendment, just be mindful that these same discussions, I kande, obe kanda hanid national bottom line is we have to get these dollars appropriated, but we have to find a better way to get these monies disseminated. The other is grazing. Chapter official shortfall, we have to start looking into the comprehensive budget and make sure that these programs are funded in this way. That way, but we'll always be doing this. If we don't fix it this year, guarantee you next year someone's gonna be running with a resolution and say shkizaz. Shkihos chant on the year in das town. Ako did it that it also she had laid she died the Heinzo travel programs basically died neatly. Dina than it's needle the partners in it. Even we have to find a way to fix this so that dollars are already appropriate to chapters with the comprehensive budget. So, we need to look at how these, the minimum set aside. Maybe we need to start lower the minimum set aside because UFB get 17 million. Maybe we lower the minimum set aside down to 15 million or take this from the minimum set aside because those monies it's not being used. Is this the 17 million Josh and so kiss. There's money is there. But again, we have to look at how we can change the policies on that. So kiss, yeah.
Honorable Vince James, your responses.
Speaker Curley, Ado Kodo Nada Adolf Kedigi, Ado Nana Kodo Shishna Ash Honorable Unito, Ya regarding Aneth. If you look at the listing, Aneth currently, their current budget is 75,749,000. So for Aneth, since they're over the 30,000 threshold, they will not receive any additional funding. So explain Ishla. Now, if this amendment passes, utilizing the 50-50 formula. For N. The current balance is 75,749. If this amendment 4 doesn't pass, then we move forward with the 50-50 formula, then they'll receive additional 33,000, which makes their new balance just in Fund 17 account for emergency, $109,194.90 is what I explained to Honorable Yanito. With that, the other questions, I'll go ahead and refer to Shema, Ms. Latza, Jim Martin.
Honorable James, there was also a request from Honorable Urvisa to have his chapter CAC to provide response as well. I believe she is on Zoom.
What, I'm sorry, Speaker, what was that again?
Honorable Arvisa's question related to his chapter CSC, and she did text in that she can provide a response to his question as well. Question.
Speaker Curley. Because the reason why I'm approving for the response from CSC from Theru is no matter if we approve this amendment 4 under the original 50-50 formula, the main motion, they're still going to get funding awarded to them. That goes to all the chapters that are a negative balance. Based on 50-50 formula, so I think that's the reason why I'm going to go ahead and allow for the CSC to respond as well. Speaker Curley.
Ms. Martin, Community Development.
Thank you, Speaker. I thought you were going to go to the CSC. If not, I think the only question that I heard is Mr. Yanito's question on how about the 10% sanction. Again, the chapters get the full amount, and then when it gets to OOC, they deduct the 10%, and then they get the rest. So it's deducted before it gets to the chapter. Thank you.
Honorable Arviso, could you tell your CSC that she can unmute?
Hey, can you turn your volume on? Turn the volume. She's not.
Okay. She lost connection on Zoom. So we'll go back to reserve time. Honorable Yanito, 3 minutes and 25 seconds. Question of privilege, Honorable Damon.
Good evening, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much for allowing me some time. Before we go to the CSC, I don't think there was a direct question to the CSC. So why are we allowing the CSC to speak? There's only 1 or 2 agents to the presenter, and those agents are present. But I didn't hear a direct question to the CSC, so I'd like for Chief Legislative Counsel to weigh in on that before allowing that to happen.
Chief Legal Counsel.
Hi, give me just a second. I'm trying to find the rule that speaks to the number of agents. Thank you, and I apologize for that delay. I just couldn't find the rule. But it is in your council rules. It's Rule 10. Actually, it's Rule 10 F, and that says whenever the legislative sponsor or sponsors, or whenever has more than one person to make a presentation regarding the legislation, no more than two persons in addition to the sponsor shall be permitted to make a presentation. The sponsor shall register in advance with the speaker the names of the presenters. The way that council has applied that rule in the past is when the sponsor comes up to identify, present the legislation, they identify their two agents. We call them agents. They could also be called presenters. And they are limited to those two agents. The exception is when a delegate or the speaker asks another entity to provide information, such as if a question comes up for the controller. If the controller is asked a question, she does not automatically become an agent. Delegate Damon, you are correct. The rules do limit it to two presenters. I can certainly be corrected if I'm wrong, but I don't remember the CDC being listed as a presenter. Whether they can come on is into the discretion of the speaker. So thank you, Delegate Damon. Back to you, Madam Speaker.
Oh, yeah, Kudo Legal Counsel and also Honorable Damon, Kudo Shiaj, Honorable Urbiso, which is she the chapter with indeed Kudo. Going forward, yeah. Honorable Daniels on to reserve time. Honorable, you need to, but 3 minutes to 25 seconds.
I'll reserve it.
3:24. I don't know, Shiaj, Delegate Daniels.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah. Kudo amendment kudo bene itza gido nana bekes senigi kudo oyudat udevande nada ilkegat dare odini be honat ishudone kudo